Okay. Hello all. Thanks for being here. If you're here, if you're not here, well, that's sad. It really is. Any which way, we are going to do the Reverie Roundtable in just a second. Happy, it'll be great. All right. Let's jump in. Okay. Hello all.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, friend.
You say that like you're sad.
I am, but it doesn't matter. What's going on?
Not much.
Nothing much, brother.
Yeah.
Enough for a new week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just running around all day with my mom doing errands for her and shit.
Oh, really? Okay.
Being a good son, I guess. Ugh.
Why am I hearing double
I
now?
hear double.
You're all muted on Discord.
I'm
you.
muted.
It's your double. Hold on. You speak, Bam.
Me? I'm doubling?
No, you're doubling too. Wait a minute. Now I'm confused. Okay. All right. What's going on?
I'm hearing double from both of you too.
Testing. How about me?
Not from you.
Admiral, you're the only one that's not doubling apparently.
Hey.
That might be a problem. I don't know.
You might be the cause at that point. Like, I don't know.
You want me to leave and come back?
Sus.
Yeah, try. Yeah, you leave and
We'll just go blame somebody else if it's not me.
yeah.
We'll all leave. I'll be right back. We'll all leave Discord and come back. I'm dipping out. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Hello.
Okay, well, I can hear you.
You're not doubling.
You hear me?
You're not doubling
Yeah,
anymore,
I can
Scott.
hear you even though I'm not. I exited.
Yeah,
this-
and you're muted and
I just unmuted myself so that I could
yeah.
talk.
How am I hearing you
everyone
in
speaking.
StreamYard? Yeah. You
can hear me in StreamYard still. So
Yeah, hold on.
StreamYard is still capturing audio with people muted somehow.
So should we leave StreamYard then?
We might have to.
I mean, I don't hear it now, the double thing. But
You don't hear it, but I hear it from you. I don't hear it
I
from
hear it from you now. I do hear it from you. But I'm not hearing it from
I don't
Scott no
hear it,
more.
and I'm not. Yeah, because I'm not in the Discord.
You're not in the Discord. Yeah. And we're still hearing. Okay. Well, now
I'm not.
you've unmuted yourself in StreamYard.
Well, yeah, so I could talk, right?
Yeah. So yeah, he can still hear you, and he's not in the Discord. So something's wrong up with StreamYard right now. Okay. All right. Then
leave studio and come back and leave that.
yeah, we'll try that, and if it doesn't work, then we'll just have to use Discord. Hey, testing. Can you hear me, Gibbs?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you double.
Yeah, you're still doubling. I don't know.
Yeah. Guessing Scott, you can hear us?
I can hear you. Can you
Even
hear
though
me?
you're not in the yeah, okay. Something's up with StreamYard.
I was muted.
Yeah.
And it was still picking me up on StreamYard.
Yeah, so let's I'll step out of this and we'll just use Discord for today. The way Scott always wanted, right? He's
Fantastic.
all right. Sorry everyone. Give me a moment while I set this up. I haven't done this in a while, so please forgive me, audience. Yeah, we're gonna make this happen.
You get to see just a green screen tonight because
Yeah,
I'm in
right.
Discord, and Discord doesn't have a green screen function,
Oh, really? Oh,
which
okay.
is so dumb. I mean, they do, but like it doesn't utilize
Discord
chroma
does
key
background.
if you have. Well, it doesn't utilize a green screen if you have one, so it doesn't have a chroma key setting, right? So it just like it'll use a digital one, but it'll be the same as if you used one without a green screen. So it looks awful.
Okay.
Apparently, people are confused that I'm not actually in the Shire.
I don't know any footballers, fans of the game out there. Any opinions on Travis Hunter versus Genty winning the Heisman?
I'm always shocked that people still watch football. Like
College football is the best, first of all. Let's just get that out of the way.
I like it.
But yeah,
I like
don't
football,
know.
but I don't know what you're talking about.
I was talking about the Heisman Trophy. So
Why was it controversial? I don't recall.
It's not controversial in like a political way. People just thought that Ashton Genty had a better season. He had like the third most rushing yards since Barry Sanders, which Barry Sanders had like the craziest college season.
The one that I've seen that's controversial is the Vanderbilt coach winning like coach of the year for the SEC, and people like that's fucking bullshit. He only went 6-6.
No, I agree. I think Shane Beamer at South Carolina should have won it. The only reason that Vanderbilt won it is because they beat Alabama, but they didn't beat anybody else of like note.
Bam is just trying to get this out of his system before Corey gets here.
No, like I said, I'm fine with that. I was just curious. I guess all sports, also sports adjacent, but I guess maybe a little more political. Caitlin Clark won Times Athlete of the Year. People.
Yeah, I heard that she like kind of like had to like do a mea culpa or some shit. Like I didn't look into it, so I don't know if that's like true. But what are your guys' opinion? Because like I don't follow NBA, right? So I certainly don't follow WNBA, and like so obviously everything that I see is like filtered through like what comes through, like what sprinkles into the mainstream. And like from what I see, like Caitlin Clark, I see clips and stuff. Like she looks like she's really fucking good. And then and it seemed like
just
there
that
was
she's
this weird
white
controversy between her and Angela Reese, and there seemed like a lot of racialization, involved in it. Where I was just like, dude, but I was having such a hard time understanding like. Are people so race obsessed that they can't just enjoy that for the first time, like some really good players have shined to such a degree that people want to pay attention to a WNBA? I mean, it's like it kind of felt like a moment where like think what you want about Ronda Rousey, both as a fighter and as an entertainer. Like she was giving a lot of like when she came in, everyone was like, "Oh shit, the women play too," like people were like getting involved. So why are we like, what is this? What's going on? You know what I mean?
So I've read a little bit into this, and like I probably care for sports even less than you do, friend. But I was reading a little into this, and it seems like people are misinterpreting like the behavior that they see on court and all that, because apparently it's just like regular, right? Like if you've been a long time watcher of WNBA.
Like I mean, like you see that shit in the NBA constantly, but it's never like fucking white bitch. You know what I mean? It's like it's always just like
I don't think it is fucking white bitch. I'm not sure if that is, right? I think when it gets to Twitter, right, people interpret that and say that, but I'm not sure that's the actual case. Though I'm sure
no, that's what I'm talking about.
Pause.
I'm not accusing the players or like hardcore fans of that. I'm saying like you don't see that filter into the mainstream in terms of like people that aren't into sports. But like when I especially when I saw like Black Twitter posts that would like come at me and like they'd be like, Caitlin Clark is fucking trash, and then you go to the comments and it's like just like every third comment is like some random angry black woman, and I'm did you ever watch the WNBA before this? Like,
well, then
this is so strange.
ESPN has been kind of pushing that narrative pretty hard, though. They've like definitely done this like thing lately, which I've kind of found it interesting. ESPN has been the one doing it. They like that. They've really pushed this narrative that it is like racial tension between Caitlin Clark and other people. And I don't know whether that's true or if it's not, but it does seem like it's different than what happens in the NBA.
Well, Admiral Gibbs. See, that's the thing, though.
I think something's going on with your audio. There we go. I'm sorry.
My audio?
It's way better than last time. Adjust him up. Try adjusting him up.
my
Oh,
audio.
Yeah, I might be on my end, but yeah, you just sound really.
Yeah,
low
his
on my
audio was
end.
good. It was just quiet.
Okay.
Are we using Discord for video? Or...
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
using Discord because StreamYard's fucking up.
StreamYard was being a problem.
Alright,
But to
just
Gibbs's
messed it up.
point, right? So a lot of what I was saying previously to Scott, actually that was directed towards ESPN, right?
Yeah.
They were saying that a lot of these newscasters, a lot of the male newscasters, right, sportscasters, there who like never put any attention to the WNBA previously, now they're coming in and then they're like riling up the fans, saying this isn't right. This is clear like bias against this one individual. When people who have actually been following the WNBA have said otherwise. Like this is like no, this isn't right. This is like normal behavior. This is what we see all the time.
So do you think
right?
do you think it's like a familiarity bias, right? Like because like when the ESPN obviously have like, I mean, they're made of journalists. Obviously, they have political opinions, and those political opinions, like any journalists, are going to like, have some element of like racialization and like, typical, journalistic opinions, right? But when you're talking about the NBA, many of these people are former players. They know the people, they know the teams. They like, do you think maybe it's just like when you lack certain level of familiarity, so like new people come in and like not understanding the people, not understanding the coaches, not understanding like, the individual school rivalries as well, that like they kind of interpret it through a lens that like they understand better, which is like the constant like the constant talk of racial issues and things of that nature, because that is, I don't want to say a default lens for them, but in a situation where they're less familiar with what's going on, that like that becomes like kind of the lens in which they try to talk about, just to have something to say.
No, it's actually it's kind of the.
Let me put my thoughts out there, and then I want to hear you because I'm the uninformed one, and then you're the more informed one. And so maybe
yeah, I'm just asking questions. I don't know.
Yeah. So like from my observations and from what I've seen, it's like maybe that's true for a certain number of people on Twitter. But specifically talking about like ESPN and like the sports casting like industry, that like one, a lot of those people aren't like what we would call woke or anything like that. These are like very wealthy individuals, very connected, like maybe liberals, but like they're not like
hold on, pause. There's a lot of wealthy fucking woke people. That ain't got shit.
Yeah. But like I'm talking about the
Mark Cuban
personalities.
is famously woke.
Yeah. I'm not talking about them, but I'm talking about the personalities that are on ESPN, those individuals specifically, right? Like Charles Barkley. Is it Barkley I'm thinking of? Yeah.
TNT.
Excuse me then. But I said the sports casting class, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Those individuals. Yeah. That those individuals, like they seem to not like understand that women can like be as vitriolic as men can be, right?
You think there's like an element of misogyny that they're like bias in like their interpretation, because like when they see dudes go at it, they're like, yeah, these is dudes checking each other. And when they see like women do it, they're like they're like their bias is leaning towards a concept of like, oh, there must be something deeper that caused this. Instead of just being like, this is rivalry.
Yeah.
So none of this is really what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm asking, like I said,
No, you good. What's actually going on is like there's two sides making like legitimate arguments against each other, complete opposite sides, and both of them are making legitimate arguments against the other side, and they're both gaslighting each other, like because they're both correct. The reality is, Caitlin Clark came into the league. And she's an amazing player. One of the most interesting college basketball players of all time. And she's been able to pass that on into one of the most fantastic rookie seasons in WNBA history we've ever seen. Part of what's came with her fan base has been like, there's been an excitement around her. Like there's an added factor that like, wow, she's a white girl, not just a white girl, but a white girl from Iowa. And she's picked up like conservative fan base, like regardless of anything she said, that actually does find it interesting, like, and kind of wants to push their politics through her, and they see her as some version of the Great White Hope. Now that's like, but that's not. I wouldn't say it's a majority of her fan base, but that this is a group of people that exist and they're very vocal. There's,
yeah, I mean, you can say the same thing kind of happened with Eminem, right? Like when Eminem became popular, I feel like a lot of people got brought into rap and hip hop that probably wouldn't have before. And
sure.
like,
I think that's
do
a
you
great
really
example.
blame Eminem for like
Eminem's
like
talent
white fan base that
unquestionable.
like didn't know about like what was going on? You know, it's
For
like
sure.
he didn't cultivate that shit, but like he kind of did with the Eminem show, right? Like he bridged a gap there, and by his own identity and experience, and like that brought with it probably a lot of conflict that is people are still mad about.
That's one half of it, and I think that I haven't heard anybody use that example, but that's actually the most perfect example. Eminem's talent is unquestionable, undeniable, but like some people would be crazy to not acknowledge that Eminem's distance, like on being like the highest grossing rapper of all time, isn't factored in by the fact that like he's really good at this and he's a white guy, and white guys found it relatable and interesting in like a white way. Like his race mattered to that. It
also, we're allowed to also sing along with his songs. That's the other thing about that.
Maybe, yeah, that shit is
True, right?
Unironically,
you gotta be, you gotta be careful with the J. Cole album because there's a lot of N-words.
Yeah, well, seriously, it's like, of course, I'm gonna want to listen to the song that I can sing in public and not have to worry about getting in trouble, right? That is a unique.
Pause. You just outed yourself as never having listened to Eminem other than like 2 songs. When you say that you can sing his songs in public,
you can say anything. I'm talking about the worst ones. You can say anything you want in public, just not the N-word. Okay, that's the rule about like public life.
We're getting further away from it. Like I said, I would just wanted to point out to like, sure, Eminem's talent is undeniable, but like there was something extra when it came with Eminem outside of just like the fact that he could do metaphors. There's other people that could do metaphors like pretty good, but like there's a white factor in there, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there's the other side is the WNBA, as everyone loves to point out, has never been a profitable league. Because of that, the types of people who are in the, I guess what Prime was trying to stick to is like sports casting world industry of the WNBA are also not necessarily wealthy people. They're either women who are former players or other women who have never played at all that have their like degree in journalism, and where the WNBA's decided to put their to put their wins, I guess, is in the fact that without having to go into like a more accurate word, is the WNBA is very woke. Like other sports leagues have elements of politics in them. The WNBA is outwardly and proudly like a super pro LGBT, because I think like 45% of their players are somewhere on the LGBT spectrum. I mean, there's
obviously, you know what I mean? Like, let's be real.
But
it's not like it's rugby.
NBA is also pretty woke as well.
But it's not close between the two.
Well, hold on, real quick. Did WNBA? They could have. I could be wrong because I don't watch the WNBA, and I'm not going to. Sorry. Did they paint Black Lives Matter on the court during that?
For sure. The WNBA was first.
All right, because the NBA did that. I remember that. Yeah.
The WNBA, like they players like didn't play games. Like they shut down. Like they didn't play games over. Like the WNBA is very outwardly like they make strong political statements, and they like there's players in the NBA that say, you know, controversial things, or there's players in the NBA that play basketball that are. I just want to finish this out, and then like you can dig into it. Like that are somewhat conservative.
Gibbs, I see your hand.
There are no like outwardly conservative WNBA players. It's just not a thing.
Right.
Like because the league.
So like when
when
Caitlin Clark put out like a statement where she was like recognizing her privilege and shit, that's not like a special thing because of like what's going on with Caitlin Clark and Angela Reese and the current controversy. That's just like a typical thing that like a white woman would say in this position because she's in the WNBA.
No,
it's the audience.
Politically,
that's not true.
Like that.
Who are the kind of people watching the WNBA?
I'm just asking.
No, they
gotta play the audience.
Because she's white that they made her do it. And that's part of it.
I don't think they made her do it. I think that's
absolutely. Absolutely, they made her do it.
People are like, no, Caitlin Clark's like she's not a hyper conservative. I just don't think that's.
I agree with that, but her not being a hyper conservative.
Like Riley Gaines was like, oh,
wait. Just to be clear, when he's saying they, like, it could be the league, but I think it's much more likely that the fans, like the pressure from the kind of people that watch the WNBA, is probably going to compel somebody to behave that way, and have to kind of make those concessions.
There's also
It's like
something
being a
that
conservative in
Prime
Hollywood,
touched
right?
on, though.
You know, what I
There's
mean?
Gibbs.
Well, hold on. There's also something that Prime touched on, though, right? And this is like a women's league, right? When you look at like women's MMA, and this is something when I was working for BoneSnapper.com and USA Today for like the MMA journalism, right? It was like you definitely pushed the pretty ones.
Didn't know that.
Gina Carano, yeah, many years ago. Gina Carano, she like was one of the first ones. She's the trailblazer. It's not
I like
Ronda
her.
Rousey. Yeah, she's hot as fuck, right? She goes in there, she pushes it. You push the pretty ones. There is this like misogyny factor, and I'll even give you an example from this week, right? You have like ESPN, which is like the woke league now, like, or whatever brand. Then you have like the edgier leagues, like announcers like Fox, right? Then you have TNT with like Charles Barkley and Shaq saying wild shit, right? Like Shaq literally told
Joe
the
Rogan.
girl, yeah, that they should lower the hoops and they should start wearing smaller shorts because it'd be more fun to watch them dunk.
Well,
Then
Shaq made his career off of dunking, so he's gonna like.
Sure,
he's always
I
gonna say
agree with
dunking
that.
is the most interesting place.
well, I also don't think that he was saying that the guy should be getting booty shorts on either, though. So my point is though, like, with
What
this
if they
being
wore
said,
skirts? What if just
It's-
skirts? No,
is like if there is like an aspect to the people that are not in ESPN that are kind of like taking this stuff and they are trying to make it edgier for the sake of being edgier, and then like ESPN is definitely pushing a like much more quote unquote woke narrative, and those two values are clashing real hard. In addition to this like I don't know race thing that they have going with Caitlin Clark, and this is all kind of getting bundled together and really like I don't know.
Well, I mean,
It doesn't seem like
the reason I would.
Wasn't there like an issue with like Paige Van Zant doing a fight because like Dana White was like concerned because she was too young and pretty to get beat
Well,
up? And
no,
people were
because
like-
she
people were
just
like,
started
"What?"
doing OnlyFans. So okay, well, if this is a big deal, so if you remember UFC, they used to have where you have those guys with the condom depot on their ass, and they had all their other bullshit little ads. Well, the UFC went to the Reebok deal, and Reebok has a morality clause in a lot of their stuff. Well, guess who's making major money? Paige Van Zant off of OnlyFans. So why would she ever want to do UFC when they're paying her $30K a fight, and she's making like $30K a month? I don't really know what she's making, but on OnlyFans, but she's hot as fuck too. So she was somebody they were pushing on every mid card. She would be like the last fight of the prelims, right? Or she'd be like the first on the main card because what do? You push your hot fighters first, right? Like I don't know, and like same thing with Ronda. When she went to the WWE, she didn't do as well because okay, now you're not the hot one. Like,
Well,
I just remember there being something around Paige. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the thing interesting about Ronda Rousey was the fact that she started out with like 9-0. She was like knocking out everybody in the first round. People wanted to see how long she could go like on her first round knockouts. But the last part I was adding is like
she should never have done that. Like she was never a knockout artist.
But
that was her biggest mistake.
Yeah, the last part I want to add with the Caitlyn thing is like because the league is like outwardly quote unquote woke. There are analysts and there are people in higher places in the WNBA who I wouldn't say like disparaged her, but they like the WNBA made like concerted efforts to like not push her as the face of the league. Like every other week they were coming out and saying that like there's a lot of good talent coming out. It's not just about her. Angel's great, which Angel had a great season too. Aja Wilson broke like all like crazy WNBA records. There are like other women who are quote unquote at this point better players than her. But like it's weird to see your league kind of push back against the increase in stardom that she's getting because the people that were coming to the games were like outwardly more conservative, and you could kind of tell that like they were there because she was white. I don't know. It's weird, but I don't know. The league kind of.
But like this is
That's
so.
why I
But
say that
okay,
there's two
look who
sides.
owns ESPN, right? Look, it's ABC, right? ABC owns ESPN. Disney. Look at the same thing. Disney. It's so ironic
The fuck
that's
was that?
happening.
ESPN didn't play
It's the
WNBA
girl from the ring, right?
and-
So, but it's the same thing that Disney did, right? Remember when Disney was like, "We're going to give a princess for every person, right? We're gonna have the Princess and the Frog. We're gonna have the Rapunzel. We're gonna have Moana. Everybody got to get a princess." But now it's I know it's been successful. Now, check it out. The NBA or WNBA has a princess for white people in there, and they're pushing back. You see this? That's what's happening right now.
Yeah. So
But it hasn't done shit though.
White girls have made a
Yeah.
comeback this year. White girls made a comeback this year.
They got thicker. They got better.
Unless
Carpenter.
Unless we're talking about Snow White, but I want to. Apparently, The WNBA has lost, or Little Mermaid. The WNBA, somebody just pointed out to me, and I just fact checked it. It's true. Despite all this hoopla, they've lost $40 million.
$40 million.
But
it just signed a new CBA.
They're still losing money, even with all
they
this
are still losing money, a lot of money.
But they got a deep hole to bring themselves out. Someone was, I remember watching a segment talking about the finances of the WNBA.
Let's not talk about WNBA players having deep holes.
It's its most. Well,
they have the greatest trade of all time. It had death for Brittany Griner. I mean, I gotta say that's big time.
It had its most watched regular season in 24 years. And
it's not enough.
That's not how they make it.
And also, but hold on, it's not only is it not enough, but they don't have they haven't had a chance to renegotiate their contracts yet, right? With the networks. So and that's coming, I think, was it next year or the year after? One of them, right? And when that happens, right, with this like these updated numbers, right, these higher viewerships, then they'll be able to command higher rates, and then you might see a profit there. Right, but right now with that old contract, there's no way you're going to see it.
$3 billion, like the TV deals is where the money's at. Like the people showing up to games, like or how many people watch doesn't matter after the fact. It's whenever you set the CBA.
Exactly.
So hold on, the NBA is predicting right here. They're not foreseeing returns. Or they're not going to expecting returns in the foreseeable future.
Well, yeah, because they still have like they've been losing money, so they're not going to be. They've got a long hole to get out before they start making profits, right? So, but before that, I see your hand, Corey. But I want to ask you all, like, does anyone deny that, like, at least part of the reason, not all the reason, we understand this, right? But part of the reason why some fans are there is because they can see themselves, right? New fans, they can see themselves in Caitlin White, and they see a white individual, excelling, and
you say Caitlin White?
Yeah, he said
last night.
Caitlin Clark is white.
A little Freudian slip there.
Didn't I say that? Didn't I say Caitlin White?
You said Caitlin White.
I just heard Caitlin White. Then I just can't hear you.
No, Caitlin is white. Okay. Does anyone think otherwise? Okay, great. All right, so we understand, like, that's the thing, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? I want to be clear, right? Like, it's good that, like, maybe little white girls who weren't into the NBA previously, who at least didn't even considered it, but saw themselves in Caitlin Clark, right? And may now want to pursue that as a as a dream. That's fine, right? But like, let's just acknowledge like what's happening there. We'll go ahead, Corey.
So I'm definitely not an expert on sports, and I still stand by my banned football position. But is this really an outlier in terms of like overall sports organization? From what I understand, like the UFC was not profitable for years. Of like they also went through like I think it was like the first decade, huge losses, and so like when I think they were taken over by Zuffa, and then even after that they struggled. And as a Canadian, it's also true of like the NHL. The NHL has like I don't know if it's struggled and it's like, but they definitely reached difficult financial times. That's why, like, I don't know if you recall, but as a Canadian, I recall, like, they revamped the game to make it more fast paced. Of like, they actually shrunk the ring. They included more certain things, like because like the viewership was declining, and like profits were like. I don't see how this is like super unique to the.
Let me explain. Let me explain why I brought that up, because I'm not saying it's particularly unique. I understand that it's a hard market. What I'm pointing out is that the NBA apparently made $3 billion in profit. Okay. And LeBron James himself could beat probably alone an WNBA team. But
it's disrespectful to the league.
Sorry, but how many? I think he could beat a whole team. Sorry, and I'm not even a LeBron fan. Okay, I like Giannis, but
you can take retired
that doesn't seem to be how basketball works. But whatever.
I'd try it. Okay, I know that no one would want to because they really don't want to know the answer. Okay, but I want them to try it, and I want them to say, "Look, you beat LeBron. Maybe we can increase your salary from." Because they complain about the pay.
He's literally one person.
That's why we're bringing this up.
They're
not making money.
But like I don't know. But it's weird that you see. But like it's I don't know. Like it's weird that you're approaching it this way, right? And again, I am probably the person who dislikes sports the most here. Maybe Corey is on my level, right?
Debate you on that any day.
Exactly, right? Yeah. So, but like I wouldn't approach this in the same way. Like it's a weird way that you're doing this.
Okay, I'll do a better one. A top men's high school team, a top men's high school team.
Obviously, that's not the case. Now, if you were joking, okay, but it sounds like you're actually serious, right?
I'm being somewhat serious. I mean, here you have.
You are. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying,
Yes,
like, the game of
but
basketball, like,
I
you could
watched
just
the
easily
game.
Let me put it to you this way: it's
I'm a
hard
Bucks
to
fan.
take a
the
sport
ball
serious.
away from them, and to think that they can't even pass the ball, right? Like they are incapable. That these women who've been like doing this for like
How are they going to get it away from him?
for 20 years?
Well,
have been
hold on.
practicing this.
Hold on,
right?
hold on. Here's a better argument. Here's a better argument.
Lactoid, you're being silly, right? We saw this with we saw this with the women's soccer team.
Yeah, I was
and
gonna
we've
say
seen it we've seen it with individual sports, right? Such as I think it was like the 200th ranked male player that went against Venus or Serena. I can't remember which of the two. It was Serena, and was smoking cigarettes the whole time. It's undoubtedly true, right? That like a top high school athlete can dominate against the best athletes in America when they are female in multiple domains in sports. But to Prime's point, you're being a little silly because you're talking about a team sport, and like you'd need at least a couple of dudes from the NBA to beat a whole team.
This is the problem.
Like
this is the problem.
You'd have like 8 people guarding him to where he literally wouldn't have anywhere to run, right? Like
He's a foot taller than all of them. What do you mean guarding him? What are they gonna do?
You know how tall the women in the NBA are?
They just make a
I
wall.
understand they're
6'7".
tall. I know.
no, they're not a foot. It's not a foot. They're like a couple inches shorter.
Yeah, there's
No,
like
hold
6'7".
up. Let me actually make my point, okay? A couple of things. The reason I'm bringing up the fact that the WNBA is losing money is because I think that when they complain about being underpaid, it's hilarious because they're worse in skill and they're worse in ability and they're worse in being able to bring in money. And so that I know for sure, okay? I am predicting, because I did see that one. What was that one? It was like a professional soccer player versus like 100 eighth graders or whatever. Did you see that? Yeah. He kicks all their ass, right? They're all running.
Just for the record, here's the actual stats, right? So the average height of an NBA player, is 6'6.5", and the average WNBA height is 6 feet. Right now, let's look at you said LeBron specifically. Yeah, it's still not enough for them not to have a vertical to jump and spike it.
No, that's just the average WNBA point
He's
guard.
6'9",
maybe like 5'10", 5'11", but their posts are still 6'5", 6'6", 6'7".
Wait, there's an analogy here. Do you think Shaq can take on the average male NBA team alone?
What?
Shaq is way past his prime.
No, but even Shaq in his prime. Shaq is like 7 foot. You said the average is like 6'6".
It's not just height. It's also the fact that LeBron's coming out there with testosterone.
Shaq famously couldn't fucking do free throws. So.
Yeah, hold on. But Lactoid,
Giannis could also. I bet Giannis could also.
I don't know why.
Like if you said like 3 versus 5 or 4 versus 5, I would be like, okay, you may have an argument. But if you think that like there's such a gap in talent that like 1 versus 5,
at most, 2 of them. At most, I think one of them.
This is a dumb hill to die on, brother. Just say that a high school team could beat them.
No, I'm not going to say that because I'm going further than that. And by the way, I want them to do it. I want them to actually play it. And when you guys see the results, which they're not going to do because everyone's woke and they don't want to see the actual results, you're going to be like, oh, fuck, Lactoid is right. Damn.
You're doing this. No, you're doing this for the memes.
I'm not.
The content.
I'm not.
And the reason. No,
listen,
because
Lactoid is the new Gibbs.
I could not beat anybody in the WNBA.
Lactoid, shut up, Lactoid. You are going in on this hill to die on that is irrelevant to your actual point, right? Which your actual point is that WNBA, the athleticism that is on display versus the NBA is diminished because of their athletic ability, because of just the inherent differences in gender and what they're capable of doing, right? And instead, this entire thing has become about like, can one badass, at the top of his game beat an entire team? It's irrelevant, right? Like it's not necessary to make your actual argument. Your actual argument is that they lose money because the amount of like cool shits, clips, highlights, like dunks, things of that nature are severely diminished, and so it's not as entertaining as a game, right? So like, let's not get stuck on whether or not LeBron individually can beat a WNBA team. Just use like Admiral Gibbs was going to say, yeah, a high school team at the top of their could beat them.
Okay, hold on. Listen, I still believe this, and I threw it out there as like part of the way to make my point. If you disagree, you're free to disagree. We all agree that there's like very real reasons why the WNBA is less valuable as a franchise than the NBA, of course. Yeah. And we have some disagreements as to how wide that gap is. I happen to think it's wider than you guys do, and that's fine.
Right.
That's fine.
But there's no reason to beat this dead horse.
I'm not
going to be bullied out of my belief. I think that he could beat them all. They're bad. They use a smaller ball. The fucking net's not even regulation.
Are you retards all really about to jump back in on this instead of?
No, I'm actually moving to a different point. I'm saying that
go ahead. Move to a different point.
I do want to get to Gibbs too, because Gibbs wants to jump in. But go ahead, Bam.
Yeah, what the thing that the argument you're making about like the competition, even that's not actually correct. Or that narrative is actually changing. This WNBA basketball has been more interesting than last season's and going into this season's NBA basketball. If you actually look at the viewership, the NBA is way down, but the numbers are comparable. The Indiana Fevers are outperforming every NBA team except for like the Lakers and Celtics right now in viewership. Like the ball is actually really interesting and competitive. Like the thing about like where they're not seeing dunks, that's that's a perspective of people who don't actually watch basketball or Shaq. But like modern NBA basketball now isn't even that many dunks.
Yeah. No, you know what? You're right. It's a perspective of people who don't watch basketball, and they're losing fucking money because nobody's watching it.
No,
so
it's
maybe,
not true
just maybe. Yes, it is
their
true.
viewership is way up. They're getting more viewership than the NBA. That's what I'm saying. That's not true. The reason they're losing money is because they have the CBA.
Hold on. I want to investigate this claim. Right? Are they getting more than the NBA is currently getting, or are they getting more than the NBA traditionally got before both of like sports in general started to see a decline?
No, I think their numbers like now are like currently comparable. They're like
they're not. I just looked it up. That's not true. Okay. No, they're not. It's like
say the numbers then.
So 1.2 million viewers. 1.2 million viewers on average in 2024. NBA in 2024 5.6 million. Or no, sorry, almost 11 million. Wait, what? Let me read this.
Not per game.
It's 3.1 million per game is the average.
Where are you finding that?
No, we're at like
ESPN press room says 1.2 million viewers. Right, that
for
was
W
that was
or the
NBA.
For the NBA, according to Sports Media Watch,
WNBA regular season, which is 170% higher than 2023. Like, I don't agree that they're gaining viewership, but the problem is that there is also a decline. There's a decline in viewership in general of both just network television, period.
The finals.
On top of sports, right? Like a lot of people in general have just checked out of watching sports or even watching or even just turning on cable TV. Because you got to think, like, a lot of these games, you have to pay extra money in order to watch them.
That's not true, though. That's not true.
People
sports
are watching
are bigger than they've ever
YouTube.
been. Sports, like if you look at college football, it's the biggest it's ever been.
Yeah,
like
sports betting is going crazy right now.
College football is so big right now. College football right now this season is bigger. Like the average NFL game is like 17 mil. The average college football game for like the big games is like 19, and then like they're having like 1 million viewer games for like I don't know, Western Idaho State. Like college football is exploding, right? And so it's interesting when we talk about this because Corey mentioned Zuffa in the UFC. He's absolutely correct with that. However, what's interesting is when they do have a one-to-one analogy, right? Ronda actually said she should just be called the 135 champ and not be the women's world champion. And Mighty Mouse started, and I was on a panel with her who was the 135 champ, and he just started laughing, right? Because it's so laughable. And that's really the problem. There is viewership for not the top level. Like you see NFL, people watch the NFL. College obviously is at the top level. There is viewership for this, but what it seems like the WNBA is doing is they're taking almost like a UFC, WWE style where they're picking select stars and like pushing those, and those that aren't in their narrative are like not the they try to like I don't know, push them down like before this. Because you even name 4 like WNBA styles. Like I got Cheryl very quickly, Brittany Griner, and this Caitlin Shank.
I just want to apologize very quickly. I'm looking at Gallup poll surveys, and it has gone from 37% sports watching to 41% since 2017 to 2023.
But that's sports in general, right?
That's football.
It's because of sports betting, probably.
No, that's football. Yeah. Baseball went from like 9% to 10%, and soccer went from 7% down to 5%. So like soccer went down, football went up, baseball went up, and for whatever reason, the Gallup poll doesn't fucking track NBA on this
That's
one.
racist.
Also, the WNBA. The
Regardless,
WNBA
I
is
just want to
somewhere
apologize
between
if I'm
1.2
wrong.
and
I'm wrong,
1.4.
right? My anecdotal experience and people younger than me has been that people are watching less sports, and apparently the data says I'm wrong.
Scott,
So I'll bite
Scott,
that.
my only issue with what you guys said previously is how you framed it. Like the numbers have. Sorry, you're saying they're losing money because no one's watching them, right? But that's not how it works, right? Like just because there is increased viewership, right, doesn't mean they're going to get paid more.
I'm saying it's a corollary. I'm saying it's corollary, right? Like you need merchandise, you need ticket sales.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
Network contracts that are based off of viewership.
Yes, exactly right. So that's the thing. So we'll find out.
But this year is an outlier.
Yes, no, but we don't know that yet. Right? So next year it might continue.
No,
or
we know
maybe
for a
not,
fact
right?
it's an outlier. Right? It could be an outlier can become a trend, right? But as it stands right now, it's an outlier. Okay, that's why the contracts are the way they are.
Sure, that's fair, right? So we'll have to see what the WNBA's profitability is when they renegotiate those network contracts.
When
the
outlier can become a trend
and all that
in following years.
Yeah.
Right? I do think, as Gibbs pointed out too, people moving to college ball, people moving the other things. I do think there is a sense of and maybe I'm wrong on this as well. I don't know. I'm doubting it because I'm not a big sports guy, but maybe it feels like, and correct me, the people that are bigger sports fans, but it feels like there's a sense of a sense of homelessness in a lot of people that liked certain sports and then found those institutions to get involved in certain politics, or just times changed, or they, things, their viewership changed because of sports betting being one of them, but another one being COVID. So they were kind of locked in. And so it seems like there's been a lot of movement in the last few years into one form of sports into another form of sports, or into different leagues, or moving from NFL into college ball, etc. And so it does seem like a unique time in terms of new opportunity for other leagues, other types of sports to gain viewership as well. And I think that's probably played some of the role of what has occurred with Caitlin Clark's rise, beyond her being white, because there have been white people before, right?
Yeah, I was about to say Sabrina Ion. I mean, even currently, Sabrina Ionescu is arguably still the best point guard in the league, and she's white. Sue Bird was probably one of the best players of all time, and she's white. There have been other white people, but there's a different way in she's being marketed. Something else I wanted to point out, y'all were talking about viewership.
Just quickly before you do that, Grid, we are using Discord for video right now because StreamYard was messing up. So just turn your camera on to Discord. But go ahead, Bam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, about the viewership numbers. The WNBA average, I've seen numbers between 1.2 and 1.4 million average per game. The NBA average is somewhere between 1.4 and 1.6. So the numbers are extremely comparable.
Where's your source?
Sure, I can drop them, but I'm gonna finish my.
It appears like attendance is, I think, is the biggest gap between the two.
But there's one. LeBron's contract alone is worth more than the entire WNBA combined. You don't have to go to LeBron's. You could go to insert average or above average players contract, and it's higher than the entire.
Lactoid might be right. I don't know. Monetarily speaking, he's worth an entire WNBA.
I'm just saying. I think he could beat them all, money wise, game wise.
But I'm saying that
he's worth the entire league.
When you talk about. But I'm saying that when you make an argument is about viewership, we understand it. Well, that's clearly not it. If their numbers are off
my
by
argument, hold on.
Wait, hold on. Just let me finish the statement. Let me finish the statement. If there's if there's a 10% gap in viewership, it would be one thing if the WNBA players made 10% less than NBA players, or even if they made 20% less than NBA players, but they make 200%.
Hold on. I understand, but here, can I let me specify
that because I brought up viewership, right? Again, I'm not saying viewership is the end all be all of anything. What I'm saying is that it's a corollary, right? When you look at overall viewership, you can correlate from that, other things as a whole, right? I'm not saying it's a 1-to-1 their viewership is Y. Right, I'm not making a univariate analysis. Never assume I'm making a univariate analysis because I never actually am. Right, because it's stupid to do univariate analysis. I'm just saying
he's responding to me because I brought up viewership.
We're gonna go to
but
just a second. We're gonna go Lactoid just a second. You're gonna like this. This is a super chat that came in. from YouTube, right? From our friend Yeshu Gamb. He says 2 NBA top players in their prime would beat a starting 5 in WNBA. If you look at Kobe/Shaq in the 2000-2003 era, they beat any WNBA team and the WNBA All-Star team. So there you go. So back up for you. Go ahead.
Easily. I think the big difference here is attendance throughout the entire 2024 season. The total attendance, 2.3 million. NBA, 22 million.
Well, attendance is a weird one because they don't have the same size stadiums. Like they don't have the capacity that allows.
They're selling more tickets.
You can't sell any more tickets. They're selling out. If you sell out, you sell out what you have.
But they're still selling more tickets, though.
Hold on, I want to
making more money.
Ticket sales aren't where the revenue comes from.
That's part of it, surely.
Well, hold on. Okay,
probably
hold on.
5%.
You can compare the.
I'm looking it up. TV deals reportedly are 40%, and viewership. Sorry, hold on. So TV deals make up roughly
22% for ticket sales.
Right,
okay,
and then 30%.
So there's something y'all aren't factoring in here that's important though, and it's how the leagues are structured, right? All right, the WNBA and the NBA
ticket sales,
compare, right?
Merchandise sales and licensing is only like 15 million out of like I'll get the numbers.
Okay, so let me just finish this real quick. Okay, so you can compare the WNBA and the NBA to each other because they're structured the same. They have the same number of games in a season. Where you're going to have a problem, or a similar number. They're structured similar.
I would say
just let me finish my argument here.
36 games. NBA has 82.
That's fine. All right. Still similar kind of concept to what I'm about to say, which is if you compare it to college football or pro football, you can't compare ticket sales when like a pro football stadium is like 88,000 and like some of the bigger college stadiums are 107,000 and they're selling out every weekend for like 10 games. Like, of course, that's going to have way more attendance as a sport than say like an event like, even the UFC or the WWE where they're doing like 10,000 person stadiums or 12,000 person stadiums for like the WNBA where it's 36 times a year, or the NBA where it's 82. Of course, you're not going to have near that like seats and ticket sales in that regard because it's structured totally different this season. Like a baseball game. Do you think a baseball stadium is going to be like sold out like that? No, it's just not going to happen.
Right, but if you can sell more tickets, I think that's going to go into more revenue. But also, look, the kind of people that go to games. My estimation are probably going to be the kind of people that are going to buy more merchandise, the kind of people that are going to be more actually involved in the franchise as opposed to just watching it.
I don't disagree with that, but merch matters on an individual player basis. I wouldn't say merch is that huge on for the league as a whole.
Well, for the team values, right? You would think. I guess that's how you factor that in. How much a team would be worth, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess that's fair. But I think, if we, everything matters. I'm overselling when I say that, merch doesn't matter. Tickets, everything matters, but nothing matters the way contracts matter. I mean, the way TV contracts matter, and it's not just having TV contracts; it's who those contracts are with, because they kind of affect everything else. If the WNBA doesn't do games on TNT, if they don't show games on ESPN, if they only use Tubi or Sky News,
so it looks like according to WSN, right? It looks like they made roughly $60 million in their current media deals. Mm-hmm. Now, if their media deals were based upon viewership of 2020 of this year, they would essentially quadruple. If their media deals were made in the same way based off of viewership that the NBA is, they should be getting roughly $240 million instead of $60 million. So if this isn't an outlier, right? If this trend continues, if they're able to maintain the same viewership and they're able to negotiate deals based off of that viewership, they should get, like $180 million more than they're getting in terms of that.
Well, the new deal they just signed is like over $2 billion, I think.
This is according to World Sports Network from the article date is October 7, 2024. Looking at all of the numbers.
I also want to point out ticket prices again as one thing. Like if you go, I just went to a Spurs game recently. The Spurs haven't done too good this year, right? And it was $14 a seat. right? And that's to compare it to the Texas A&M Texas game that was last week. Was the day after Thanksgiving, and which was the average cost of a nosebleed seat was $1,257. Like it's just crazy that you because just because you have a sellout, not all sellouts are equal. If I go to a sellout for a team that all the tickets are $20, no big deal, right? Like that's a high school game.
Yeah, I appreciate you spelling out the economics for libertarian there. Gambit.
I understand the economics.
This wasn't.
I'm saying that the WNBA isn't like less profitable because of sexism.
You are a small L libertarian, right? And once even a small L libertarian understands
little
economics
libertarian
better than any fucking socialist commie fuck, right?
Gambit, are you there?
Libertarian.
Did you just little bro me?
Why are
Did
you
that just
using your
happen?
virtual?
Yeah,
yes.
Little bro.
No, it's what a small L libertarian is.
I know.
Don't
I'm fucking with you.
What is this Grid Motorsports? You're using your virtual cam Discord, and it looks
I was
wild.
gonna say
meta.
Dude, I'm sorry, bro. I'm
just rebroadcasting the panel. Double viewership.
My settings, and I screwed it up. Sorry.
This logarithm.
I'm not mad at you. I'm just letting you know in case you didn't know.
Yeah,
right?
no, I was looking at my other monitor, dude. I wasn't even on this deal. Sorry.
Yeah, don't take no shit from him.
So, Gambit, you want to say something?
I'm not giving shit. I was letting you know, man. Like, what the fuck?
Can
I was gonna latch on a little bit of shit.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure y'all understand that the ticket and attendance issue is not a chicken and an egg problem. It's because there's no demand in the WNBA. For the WNBA games that are big, they move them to a stadium that can sell more tickets. You can see this with a couple of games from the Fever this year and other things. So if they have a game that legitimately has a lot of demand, they move it to a bigger stadium. The reason why they have low attendance is because most of their games are not that interesting to the general public. So that's why they play in a smaller stadium. If they had more and more exciting games, they would have bigger stadiums, or they would play in bigger stadiums for those teams. So just making sure y'all know it's not a chicken and an egg problem.
But the NBA is not having more viewership at their games either. I mean, since 2020, the NBA has had viewership issues.
No, they're filling out. We're talking about attendance, not viewership. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking even attendance. The NBA has had even more so than viewership, has had attendance issues since 2020.
They haven't had attendance issues.
The NBA hasn't had attendance issues. Say it out loud.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I'm just gonna drop links.
What do you call attendance issues? What do you make it up to the?
I'm saying that they're basically having to like give tickets away because no one wants to go to the NBA game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
they're bringing in crowd noise.
Yeah, it's like they're definitely hurting. It's just crazy because like Spurs, the stadium there, it's probably like I'm guessing like just like 14 to 22,000 people.
This is wild that this became the
right.
topic.
But I know that like A&M Stadium houses allegedly 107,000 people, right? And they can go past that, right? And so if you're telling me that I'm paying $14 for the Lakers at Spurs for like a mid-level ticket, and I have to pay $1,257 dollars for a nosebleed ticket and 107,000 person stadium, something's wrong with one of these two, and I'm telling you which one it is. It's the NBA. They're fucking up somehow.
Okay, so the NBA, and I'll just say the exact numbers. NBA had a 71% sellout rate up in 2024, and that's been like the low over a decade. Their numbers have been trending down.
Okay.
The NBA used to be like a sellout event every single night. Like,
have the prices changed?
Outside.
No, listen.
I'd be interested to see. Hold on, I'd be interested to see like the price difference between. I'm asking for context. Like,
it's plummeted. Prices are plummeted.
No, that's what I'm trying to give you. I'm trying to give you context.
Do you know the price difference between a couple years ago and the same with the WNBA? Right? Because selling out is a thing, obviously. But we need to compare it to price.
I'm not aware of price, but I just want to. I was sticking to the point that Bam was bringing up. The team with the lowest percentage capacity for last year was the Washington Wizards at 83%. There are 3 teams that were in the in the high 80, from 83, 86, and 89. The rest of the teams were almost 97%. Some of them were all the way up to 105 at Dallas. So I don't know what you mean by there's an attendance issue. I can show you this chart that I'm looking at. I can show you the link that I'm looking at it on. But
compared to other years, you can say like, oh, these numbers don't mean nothing on their face. It's how they compare. What does the NBA do? The NBA constantly has like 100%. The tickets.
Like if you have to give away tickets, wait.
If your metric is if they don't sell out every game, they're having attendance issues. That's crazy. That's why I asked you what you meant by attendance.
Are they doing better or worse?
Yeah,
are they doing better or worse?
No. To say that they're having attendance issues isn't just they're not doing as good as last year.
People aren't going unless they give away.
Yes, it is.
Like $12. That's an attendance issue.
Right, like if you were selling out like 98% of the time the year before, and now you're only selling out 70 or 80% of the time, right?
And prices have gone down.
You can say that's an issue or not an issue, right? But we'd have to look in the metrics to see what percentage is profitable, right? It is very possible that if you sell 85, 90% of your tickets, that you're still losing money because of the amount of money that it takes in order to pay out contracts, pay out teams, pay out dividends on stock, pay for the facility, pay for the people working in concession stands that are selling food, there's a lot that goes into it. So you might need to sell 90% plus tickets in order to make a profit, right? So like if we're comparing you can either do one of two things here. We can say attendance issues is an issue compared to the percentages of the previous years, or we can say that it's an issue compared to what percentage it needs to be profitable. But we have to figure one of those out, and we'll know whether or not it's an issue there. But just saying it's like upwards of 80% doesn't actually tell us anything.
No.
It just
okay. So this is really easy. None of you on this panel know how much money they need for some profitability. So none of you all in this conversation have made an argument about X amount translates to X amount of money. Y'all have only been talking about attendance, which is the thing that I've been talking about. Prime, I sent you a graphic. I'm not in the group chat. As you can see,
I sent you
that's why I asked Bam what he was talking about, and I knew he was talking about nothing. So, but Prime, I sent you a graphic. If you could put this into y'all's group, you can see what their percentages it is that I was just talking about, but you can also see the 1 year differential. So there are some teams that have some negatives, and there are some teams that have some positives. Looking at this, I don't see anything glaring that there's a attendance issue. So I'm wondering what the hell Bam is talking about.
What's glaring to you based on what?
Looking at the goddamn data that's right in front of you. What do you mean?
So I'm saying glaring based on Gambit standards? What the NBA has its own standards they follow up to. Like
you said
also,
from
even in your own graph, even in your own graph that is only using 1 year even in your own graph that's only using a 1 year differential, it shows 11 teams with a positive and 19 teams with a negative. So it shows that there's an attendance gap from the previous year overall. At least if we look at it team by team, like I would have to dig into the data further to see if like 105 is somehow better than 83, right? A 5.3% increase is at its best, and an 17% decrease at its worst. Doesn't seem like it seems like the data, like just I don't have an exact figure, but just looking at your own graph, it shows attendance issues compared to the previous year overall, and that's just 1 year. Bam's argument is over the last few years there's been dropping attendance.
I just posted a ratings deep dive too, so it includes viewership. If you want to go dive into that, and the viewership is dramatically down over the last 10 years. Like, I mean, it's even within the last 5 years, it's 35%.
We're not talking about viewership.
Hold on. Viewership
so
is directly
into five conversations and not making a point on any of them.
Hold on. Viewership is absolutely key, because if viewership's down, your attendance is going to be
down.
Your attendance is going to be down. You're going to be making less money. You're going to have less people. I don't know how you can argue
saying that's not what we're talking about, but you won't respond to anybody's fucking arguments, you goddamn intellectual coward.
I can give you, but you dumb niggas keep talking. I'm literally trying to respond, but you niggas just keep talking shit, irrelevant shit. What are you talking about? I'm not responding.
I mean, I don't know what she's talking about.
I want to respond to the dumb shit that Fabian. I want to respond to the dumb shit that Fabian said, but then Gibbs started talking, and now
go ahead, respond. Stop being a pussy. Respond and actually answer what we're talking about.
What are you talking about being a pussy? I was talking and niggas started talking over me. What the fuck are you talking
I'm
about?
calling you an intellectual coward because the moment that you did have free reign to answer, you didn't answer any of the actual critiques. You just repeated your
I tried to cut you off to say, if you look at the fucking numbers, you're saying that some of them have negatives. If you look at the positives are extremely higher. I'm pretty sure if we added these numbers up, I'm not on a fucking computer right now, which is why I'm not on cam. But if you added these numbers up, the positives are gonna have it. There's a +10, a +7, a +6, a +5, a +3s and 2s, and there's like -2, -2, -4. Like if you netted this shit out, the attendance is gonna be in favor of the positive. Plus, you can actually see
metrics.
Well, it looks that way to me.
Hold on. I wasn't finished. Plus, Fabian was saying I'm only looking at the last year. You can see 3 years of attendance and you can see the numbers trending up. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about?
What else is trending up in America?
You can't
Those are flat numbers.
Wait a minute. You can't be looking at
I'm talking to Fabian. I'm talking to
I don't care who you're talking to. You came in the conversation. You don't tell me what I can
hold on.
You're not part of this panel.
So
don't tell me if you're on the panel. You're not part of it.
I'm gonna see if he's gonna be a pussy or if he's actually gonna respond to me. You can see 3 years. You said I was only looking at 1 year. You can see 3 years. You can see most of the teams are increasing across those 3 years. You can see that the average amount in this 1 year diff is on the positive side. What's your response?
Well, there's no average here, right? So I mean, I would have to go through the numbers. Now, when you look at the 1 year difference, it's not labeled. Then there's a percentage of capacity. So capacity has gone down.
What do you mean it's not labeled?
It's there's no average, and it doesn't not labeled what 1 year difference means. There's no label for what that means. 1 year difference is not appropriative enough for me to actually understand what's happening there. Right? A 1 year difference in absolute values. Again, absolute values.
2023.
Absolute values.
A difference in
absolute values. Absolute values don't matter when population increases, okay? So every single year there are more Americans that are born. So you would expect, even if it was a flat increase, that you would see more attendance and that you would see more viewership because more Americans exist.
Stadium capacity isn't changing. What are you talking about? The percentage of people in the United States.
So then what is the 2023 to 2024 percentage of capacity? What is that metric? The blue line, what is that metric?
The capacity is the second column, bro. It's telling you how many people can fit in the stadium.
Okay, exactly. So what you're saying is how many people would fit in the stadium. So you're saying that this means that there are stadium decreases overall?
What are you? I think you're so stupid that you don't understand that I'm refuting the point. Listen, what I'm refuting right now is you saying because the United States population is growing, somehow the attendance at the game should grow too. That's a stupid point. You agree, right? You agree that there's a stadium.
That's not a stupid point. What I'm saying is, in order for a company
to be building onto the stadium in reference. So you think they're looking at the ratio increase? They're looking at the ratio increase in the population and building new seats into the stadium, saying, well, maybe we'll have 2 more people this year because there were 20,000 people born.
Couldn't it be, and I'm not like looking deep into these numbers, but like what we guys were talking about was the sellout rate previously, right? And the sellout rate, that should be increasing, not decreasing.
His chart doesn't have a sellout rate. His
chart has
sure. Absolute values.
Well, I just posted the average
and then
attendance for the
whatever
last 10 years.
1 year difference is.
You can go see what the average attendance is done for the last 10 years.
And the sellout, but just to be clear, the sellout rate.
Well, let's look at Gibbs. What does Gibbs have?
In that case, right, the sellout rate
basically stays the same except for the COVID season.
The sellout rate wouldn't if that would be decreasing. That could decrease or increase, right, irrespective of the size of the stadium itself, right? The stadiums could stay the same, but sellout rate could show that the increase or decrease in
for like ticket prices.
The problem is like when you talk about economics, right?
That's the problem.
When you talk about a business being successful, right? This is like 101 from like Marx, for example, right? This is why he believed in the falling rate of capital, right? Now, obviously, I don't agree with him, and I think he's been proven wrong. But in order for a business to thrive, a business needs to grow. Right? Because if a business doesn't have growth, then that means that you as an investor, there's no reason for you to purchase, let's say, a percentage of stock in a company. right?
But
So
they
if
don't
I
have to have a growth in
my company
attendance.
Unless they have dividends.
This
Scott.
is irrelevant. This is irrelevant.
Right,
This is a word salad. They don't have to have growth in attendance to have growth in their business. They don't have
Yes.
it
Right, but when they have a decline in viewership and they have stagnant attendance, right? You start adding things up together, and what you find is a business that is failing.
You know what else they have? You know what else they have? Record contracts. So you can't look at these things in a silo.
Hold on, that could be a sign of bad business.
That's arguing back. That's moving back to
bad business, actually,
bro. If the contracts are going up higher and they're paying the players more, then the investors are losing money since the ticket cost, attendance, everything is down. Plus, any business that
investors are making that money in ways that you don't. Sorry, calculating.
Sir, I let you speak. Any business that flatlines dies, sir. Every business that flatline dies because everything goes up every year. Your taxes go up, your rent goes up, your power goes up, your utilities go up, and anybody had a basic understanding of business would know that. So please be quiet and let the adults talk for a little while, sir.
Okay, listen, you dumb fuck. Listen, you dumb fuck.
Dad and son.
The business works. Shut
You just
up.
got son and son.
Let the adults talk, sir.
Talking about.
Please let the adults talk.
No,
He's so mad.
No, listen. Go look at the evaluation of the companies you dumb fuck.
No, I'm about to say,
talking about. All of them are rising. Because you can find some flat chart on attendance or some flat chart on viewership doesn't mean that all of these companies are exploding in value and becoming more and more valuable every single day.
Company, sir.
But you're moving. Yeah, but you're moving the argument away from what you're talking about.
You're moving goalposts, sir.
The NBA teams value do
let the
only go
adults
up.
talk. Just let the adults talk, okay? Just sit there with your avatar up and let the adults
Find me a team that has a declining valuation.
I don't care, sir. I don't care. I just don't want you to talk business when you don't know anything about business. That's all.
All right, so
you can talk all you want to about basketball. I don't know jack shit about basketball, but don't talk about business.
Okay, hold on. So, Gabby, could you talk about the evaluation?
Listen, I've spent more money in taxes this month than you're going to make this year, and I can bet whatever you want on that.
I paid 6 figures in
if you want to talk about business, we can talk about business.
How much did you pay in taxes?
I've wasted more money on Christmas presents than you're going to make this year.
Ready to throw at somebody.
I want to know.
You do not know. You do not know. You're dealing with this.
But Prime, hold on. How much money do you pay in taxes?
How much?
We going band for band.
Rough estimate.
Me?
I'm about to say you ain't got don't.
Gambit.
I'm about to say you got my nerves, Gambit, but you
said you could guarantee it. You said you could guarantee it.
I want to know how much money you pay in taxes.
If they're really rich,
your guarantee ain't worth shit if you can't back it up.
If they're really rich, that's what they'll do.
Don't put the business. Don't
I can
put
tell you.
Wow! Hold on. He challenged
He's the one who said it.
Grid said his taxes. I want to know what Gambit.
Black solidarity. I can't allow this.
What?
There's no.
This is why you guys hate Caitlin Clark, okay? Because she's a white girl and is like, she's intruding in. And Grid, he said his fucking taxes. Why can't you?
No, hold on. The richest guy here out of the two of them will be able to pull a stack out, light it on fire, and because they'll have that.
Don't light that on fire. Do not light that on fire.
That's not real money.
You'll give the attorney an epileptic fit if you light that on fire, sir.
Hey,
you can also just donate that to your debate host. Okay, maybe that might be another way.
I'm lighting the stack on fire right now. Hold on 1 second. I'm doing it right now. I'm lighting the stack on fire.
He wins. He wins.
Hold on, give me 1 second to finish. You wanted me to light $1,000 on fire, right? Okay, I'm doing it as we speak. Hold on, give me 1 second.
You're welcome, America.
Wait, you're doing it, or give you a second?
Gavin, thank you. Holy crap, Gavin! Thank you.
If you really want to waste money, just give Prime subs.
Buy Prime subs, 100 subs.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So we're gonna
plus 50. I think
we're gonna waste
50.
money. Give it to some.
I would watch something burn.
Plus
Watch it burn.
Hey,
I just lit $1,000 on fire. What's that poor guy's name that was talking to me about business?
Gambit, before you do, Gambit, before you finish that, like maybe just give to the PayPal.
Yeah, right, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
No. He told me to light a stack on fire, so I lit a stack on fire. I just gave Prime 200 subs. Can you do it?
He wasted money on Prime.
All right,
not even worth it.
Wait, did he give you 200 subs?
Quick?
Thank him for 200 subs.
Let's gift it increments of 200 subs and see who stops first. Come on, let's do it.
Why are we doing bad right now?
We're sub for sub. Let's go sub for sub. Let's do it.
What do you do for work?
No, hold on.
No, we really would. Like, since you said that you paid more in taxes.
Wait. Let me finish. If dumb broke fucks want to come out here and say that I don't know how to talk business, let's talk business. Give 200 subs or say that you have a small dick. Go ahead. What do you want to do?
I don't give anybody.
What do you want to do?
Sir. Why would I do that?
What do you want to do? You give
goddamn cheese bill, baby.
I don't matter what size my dick is.
Hold on, wait. I only want the broke guy to talk. Can you give 200 subs?
Well, I'm probably the brokest one here. What are you talking about?
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the broke guy that wanted to talk when he wasn't even spoken to.
No, bro, you are not buying your way out of this. How much did you pay in taxes this year?
I paid much more than you.
You're not distracting me, bro.
No.
How
I didn't
much?
say this year.
More than you made.
I didn't say this year.
No, you
said
did not,
this month.
So how much did you pay?
This month. I said more than you made, not more than you paid.
One person talked. GSU walked. You won't get the question right now.
He said more than you made, not more than you paid.
He said more than I made in a year. That's impossible. That's impossible.
You're asking me the wrong question.
How much did you pay in taxes?
I don't want to hear words.
Listen. First off, I want you to understand the flex that I said.
This is the dumbest conversation I've had. It's a simple yes or no answer. Actually, it's just a number. It's not even words. It's a number.
Hey, good. Let Gamp respond.
I'm not allowed to respond, bro.
He asked me a question. I can't tell everybody shut up right now.
Go ahead, Gambit.
Just answer the question, bro.
Because the 200 subs, he can tell you shut the F up. And you shut the F up.
Okay, so listen. So first off, he got my flex wrong. I said I paid more in taxes this month than you've made this year. I didn't say this year. Obviously, I paid more in taxes this year than probably all you niggas combined.
No, you have not. How much did you pay in taxes? How much did you pay in taxes?
You don't get to ask him that.
A lot.
What do you mean he doesn't get to ask him that?
I'll tell you what. I am not paying very much.
You dropped $1,000. You get the.
That's the real. If you're really rich, you'll know how to not pay taxes. That's the.
Guess what?
Donald Trump.
To be fair, Bam. Good one's playing by different rules than you, probably.
Hold on. Guess what? I'm gonna keep gifting 200 subs until you give 200. Can you give 200? Can you do it?
So you won't answer, huh?
And you
You're just going to keep interrupting. This is how I know you're broke.
Hey, can you do it?
Clearly, that's not true.
Can you give subs?
He's got at least enough money for that many subs. I'm just saying. I mean,
can you give subs?
He gives more in subs than Grid.
I don't care about giving subs. I want you to admit that you flexed and lost.
You want me to tell you what?
Admit that you flexed and lost.
No, listen.
Sir, we're not moving on from this point. You are either going to take it back or you're going to shut up.
This is why we're not moving.
How much did you pay in taxes, sir? How much did you pay in taxes, sir? Sir, I need this question answered. We're not moving on.
It hit like the first 4 times. It's not hitting anymore. That argument's not hitting anymore. It's not the taxes argument doesn't work anymore.
I love Bam and Gambit.
How does it not work
like
anymore?
an answer to the question, sir.
He's not going to answer, right? Because he's a pussy, like I said before. But I do love
I've already said multiple times how much I paid in taxes last year, unfortunately.
Wait a minute, Jesus, I'm going live. F it. Flex on them flex through me.
Yo, what's the bro guy's name? I don't know his name. What's his name? Hold on. I got
this Grid.
I just love that they're trying to outcompete you, Grid, by doing broke people shit, like, wearing designer clothes and spending random amounts of money instead of just actually answering the fucking question. But again, Gambit, you're a pussy.
This is not broke.
This is what real successful people do. They gift to
my refund. Scott, I'll answer.
Successful
all the questions.
Hey, Mr. Bro Guy, can you do subs?
Sorry?
Let's give 200 subs to see who stops.
Dude, shut up. Nobody's
Why don't
listening
you
to
have
you.
a hype train? Fuck.
Because it's only one
You
person.
can't be a hype train by
This has to be
yourself.
from more
I
than
need
one.
him to
This
give
will be from
to,
more than
so
one
we can be a
person.
hype train together.
A great one can start the hype train. Just give 200 subs.
Bam just gifted 2. We get one more
Hey,
person.
I'm
we
in
get our
third now.
Yeah.
Yeah, give all. I don't even know.
Thank you, Bam.
I'm not on Twitch.
All right,
man,
hold
so
on, y'all. All right, I got to give another 200
No,
subs.
Jesus,
Hold on.
do not.
roll over.
Bro, please
Hold
stop.
on, hold on,
Please,
Yo,
no.
hold on.
yo, wait, shut
Hold
up,
on.
man. I'm
I
gonna
love
you,
this.
you.
Keep going.
Listen,
Prime.
hold on, wait. The thing, hold on. No, Bam, you got to understand this. The
You gonna
thing that I
cancel
hate
those
the most,
subs.
the thing that I hate the most, Bam,
I'm
is
gonna turn the
that
subs anyway. I'm just
is
curious.
that I run into these like broke ass white people that
I'm
think,
gonna turn the
oh,
subs.
because it's a black guy,
$5.
I make more money than him. So I
$5.
hate when I run into these
Oh,
broke
you
Okay,
answer
so
the
how
question,
many- how
but
much
then
are
you
you
make it
gonna do?
racial.
Hold on.
So not only are you a
Yo,
pussy, but
Bam,
you're a
Bam,
racist.
hold on, Bam,
We're
Bam.
gonna see.
Hold on,
I
I'm
want to hear
talking to
what
Bam. I'm talking
Gab
to
has to
Bam.
say.
Hey, I'm talking to Bam. Hey, Bam.
Nobody
I hate when I
cares.
run into
How much
these
are the 200
broke ass Republicans that need healthcare that's voting against
How
their
much,
own interests. That's
how
what I
much-
hate the most. That's what I hate the
I'm just
most.
curious. How much are 200 subs?
Jesus
How much are
Christ.
200 subs?
How
much
I
is
think it's
$1,000.
$1,000.
I think
Subs
it's
to
a
$5.
Dude, a level 11. I've never seen that. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Nobody.
God.
How
Prime
much?
always making it. It's a super
It's just
kappa.
probably 'cause
Yeah, that's
Prime has
that's
it
a
set
thousand-
to the
200
Dick
low-
measuring
to the low
contest
one.
hype train. Let's go.
200
baby.
subs is 1,000 on Twitch. But again, I do have an exclamation point donate if you go there.
Get a steak
I have a
dinner this week.
PayPal,
All right? Get a
and
steak dinner.
none of that money goes to Twitch. And this is something you people can consider. But
But also,
hey.
when you make Twitch a lot of money, let's be honest, that's how you
Damn
end up
it!
on the front page.
Stop
More
doing
Yeah, they also
this.
the algorithm does bump you.
Yo, hey,
Bro, I'm about to
you
leave.
ready to get?
This is pissing me off. I can't. I love you, Prime. This is ridiculous.
no,
Where is this?
I
This
wanna
is at
mute
least
you.
10 grand right now, right?
Cool.
All
You know,
right,
don't
we're gonna
worry
have to
about it. Why are you
mute
asking all
Bam.
these questions, Lacto? What are you, the feds?
Yeah, like, we're not
goddamn.
fucking watching Prime here. We're fucking watching
bro, you were
Gambit,
the-
okay?
Well, I didn't know he was the
We're not watching
SEC,
Prime
bro. Like, this
Pocket. We're
is
watching
some
Gambit's
bullshit.
pockets and Grid One's pockets.
I'm glad you.
All I
I'm
know
glad I
is
could
that-
help you out tonight.
All I
Guess
know is
what?
that Gambit refuses to answer and keeps spending money. Your ass gonna get audited after this shit.
That's
No, I'm not, bro. I'm not, bro.
Thank you, not
paying
paying
no
He
taxes.
spends.
I
They
gotta
spend
go.
money.
That's what
No,
I'm
listen,
saying. You know, don't worry about it. You know?
Listen. I still haven't paid my tax yet, but I'm waiting on the broke guy to donate anything. Can you donate to help the hype train?
I'm not on the Twitch, bro.
well. You can
I
use
don't
use
use-
our
I don't
exclamation
use
point
it.
donate
Don't
link.
take long.
You can use our
You
stream
need the link?
elements link, and you can donate
PayPal
directly.
or
Yeah, you
whatever.
have
I
to
can't hear
be.
you, Prime. Hang on a sec.
Hold on.
Yeah, turn you up.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I got a link here, right? I'm gonna put it in our group DM. That is a link to my PayPal, right?
No escape.
And you
My
can
Zelle,
go directly
my
through
Cash
there.
App.
Is my Cash App?
Here's my PO
Yeah.
box for a certified
Right
check.
there. So that Stream Elements link that goes to my PayPal, and if anyone, it doesn't have to be you, anyone in the group chat or anyone anywhere,
Coin wallet.
might be able to use that if they want to. I don't know, shut Gambit up, right? If you got a problem with Gambit, I think it'd be effective.
I don't have a problem with
to
Gambit.
use-
I have a problem with what he said.
Well, or anything for any particular to settle any particular matter, you can use the Stream Elements link right there to support the channel.
We better see a new mic soon, Prime. I think that's pretty much
Yeah, that part.
Yeah. At
And
this
the
point,
camera.
if Gambit
And
doesn't
some
fucking
lighting.
take his money back, you better get some fucking. You better upgrade your set, dog.
$3,000.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Holy
Gambit.
shit.
Yeah. $3,000 from Gambit so far.
I just hate.
Wait, hold on. Is it $3,000 in the PayPal on top of everything this far?
No. $3,000 in Twitch, which
In
would
gift
be
subs.
1,500 to me. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
You're doing a 50-50
Yeah, I just
split right now.
listen.
Yeah. 50,
Listen, I've done too much in corporate America to have a guy who votes against his interests to talk shit to me. I can't have that. I can't have that.
Okay, who'd you work for,
Like,
bro?
I work for myself. I also work for
Well,
others
who
too.
did you work for in corporate America, sir?
Yeah, I'm never revealing that information on
But
Twitch.
he is an
I've
executive.
had people.
He's an executive.
Damn.
Okay. I didn't work in corporate.
Self-employed executive, though.
No.
My wife did.
Executive in an organization.
Executive too.
I owned businesses. That's what I did.
I believe Bam also owns business. Sorry, Gambit also owns businesses.
I'll have you know, I own a part of BP on my Robinhood account, so I don't know.
Hey, there you go.
But
British Petroleum? Isn't that un-American?
Again, the Stream Elements link is there. But
I think Bam is muted.
Oh, I know he is. No, because I muted him.
Oh, okay.
What?
Bam was sabotaging, the funds.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anyone wants to prove anything, I don't. Okay. All right. Well, anyway,
I'm not proving shit. If I gave you $1, it would be a higher percentage of my fucking income.
I kind of
would give.
I don't do that as much anymore. I did for a while.
Okay. Well, anyway, I do appreciate you.
Prime,
Gambit.
do you feel like a good stripper?
Oh,
you better get
like a top tier stripper. It's a $1,500 night.
Oh,
I feel like
it's not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all.
I would strip if it would give me more money here. If I thought I can make that happen. But anyway, thank you, Gambit, for the kindness. That's really, really amazing of you. Holy crap!
Glad I could help you out.
No problem, man.
I'm still really kind of curious about that.
Next time through the PayPal link. No, 1,500. You're giving the Twitch the PayPal link. Oh my god! Next time PayPal
Prime,
link.
it has a bigger impact on the audience when they can see it scrolling in the chat. But
and now they get ad free too. They get ad free too now, right?
I came here to talk basketball because I'm interested in the NBA.
So wait, which team do you own?
I'm sensitive. Unfortunately, a guy on the panel just assumed because I'm black, I don't know anything about business. That's crazy. But yeah, I do got to deal.
Why are you gonna mount racism on top of shit, dude? Like, this is so fucking pathetic. Like, just stop, dude. It's gross.
Why do you think this random broke guy just randomly said, "Oh, you don't know anything about business," just assuming that for no reason?
Because you were saying
wrong things.
No, I wasn't. We were talking about
say that to Bam,
attendance.
to be fair.
We were talking about attendance. When y'all wanted to talk about valuation, I pointed out that he was a dumb fuck and that every team is increasing in value. So regardless of yes, I did respond. You motherfuckers just talk and don't listen. Just because you're talking all the time, Fabian, about Karl Marx doesn't mean I wasn't trying to respond.
You talk about Marx?
Yes, he mentioned Marx earlier. You probably missed it.
I mentioned falling rate of profit and then explained.
But anyway, I do got to drop.
Why that valuation occurred.
I do got to drop. I just want to say for my Republican friends out there, I really want you all to start voting your interests. You need a public option healthcare system. You need UBI. There's a lot of things that this country need, but unfortunately, a lot of you all's racism stops you from voting your interests. Please start doing that, and you'll be in a better spot in the long run. Out.
Thanks so much.
What if racism is my interest?
You know how I know he didn't pay that much taxes? Because he's not voting Republican.
Right.
I was gonna say I would lose this battle for sure if we got that because I my taxes, not that much.
Unfortunately,
don't worry about it.
Unfortunately,
Gibbs, if you said you wanted to burn a stack, there is
I was.
but
This is much more fun if I literally burn it. Watch the sad.
No.
Can you just bring that closer to the camera?
Yeah.
Bring that closer to the camera.
The sadness train.
Want to see that Hollywood print sign?
The whole reason that I got started in this thing, in this whole deal, is I used to go on. I used to watch whatever podcast.
I will never. I can't believe it. Prime Cause silences black voices. We've seen it here live in real time.
I saw it.
I'm telling you, we have witnesses to it. I can't believe you just did that.
Hold on.
This is famously the white panel.
Hold on. Listen. I am 13% black, and I talk more than anybody on the panel 10 times over, and so that becomes 130%.
You're aware of it.
Once I speak 10 times. Okay.
Yeah, 13 is a very specific percentage.
So statistically speaking, you know what I mean?
I was systemically, I was systematically silenced.
Black
it wasn't just.
I'm a lunch.
They had no arrow in the corner.
Hey! No, I treat everyone equally. Anyone trying to interfere with my money,
Scott
right, will be silenced.
Black.
Absolutely. All right, no matter what color you are.
And you call yourself a socialist.
I don't know.
Everybody's a socialist till the money shows up.
Socialist is what I call myself.
I was trying to debate on the morality of that money and where it was going. I wanted to have that conversation, and you silenced me. You sent me to the wall. You executed me instead of having the conversation. He was like, "No, this is capitalism, baby. He can spend his money however he wants to spend it."
He did.
It's America.
That's crazy.
iCal, hold on, iCal. Cut your camera on in Discord. We're not using StreamYards.
Yeah. We're in Discord.
I may throw up later. That was disgusting.
You've missed quite a bit, Iko. It was
I didn't get $1 during that.
Oh, you're muted, Icon.
Can you write that off your taxes? Just out of curiosity, probably not.
Me?
I mean, it's a donation, lit by definition, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not to a nonprofit.
No, it's not.
Well, the
not
subs
on Twitch.
were
It's not-
donated. The
it's
money
not- it's a
wasn't.
donation.
But hold on, you could put it in your marketing budget.
My marketing budget.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That was good. That was good content.
I don't.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good way to get audited.
I mean,
Just
maybe
make a clip. Just listen.
I'm
all you
sure
gotta do
there's
is
a
make
way.
a clip.
Right.
Make a clip and put it out, and there you go. That's your marketing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Taxes are one of those things. It's like playing Russian roulette, right? And I've never been audited. I was in business I'm still in business technically. I've never 20 years, never been audited. You know, and
Man, fuck
I
you.
just don't know
I've
what
to say about that too,
I
Leslie.
don't fucking make any money.
Yeah, because you're poor.
I
That's why.
have no interest in being audited.
Talk to your CPA
whatsoever.
about that. And if you don't have a CPA, you're not rich enough to have this conversation.
Mm.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
I don't claim
I
to be
mean,
rich, for the record.
Yeah, my wife has a master's in finance and and an MBA, and she does all the tech stuff. And even now, right now, because we're acquiring a couple more businesses, we're actually looking for an outside CPA just to double check us, because it's getting really complex right now. Because I have a fund that buys real estate. We're buying another business. We have rental prop. We got a lot of stuff. We have rental property that we own.
The only way you could actually flex harder than what Gambit just did, give me a job. You know what? That's what you do.
Where do you live?
Right.
Where do you live?
I'm in Georgia, Alabama. Well, I'm wherever I need to be. That's where I need to be at.
That's the answer.
That's a good answer. That's actually the best answer.
Yeah, where the money's at. We're looking at a business in Knoxville right now.
All right, let me know. Hear me. I'll run it.
As
I don't
well.
even know what it is. I do sales,
I wouldn't
marketing,
tell you
whatever
what it is. The deal's not done yet.
Well, I need to be ready. I can get that deal done. I can be your guy. I work in sales. I get deals done.
He'll be the point person, right? He'll hang out in Tennessee.
No, don't do that.
But
Yeah, but you got to live in Tennessee, and that's rough, dude. You ever seen the women in Tennessee?
Tennessee's fine. I like Tennessee.
Ooh.
I grew up like 20
Nashville's
minutes
all right.
from the Tennessee line.
Nashville's all right, but Memphis is a shithole, and fucking
Yeah.
Gatlinburg, Knoxville,
They're near
and
each other.
what's that other
Whoa,
city
Whoa,
right
Knoxville's fine, Gatlinburg's fine, Nashville's fine, Memphis is kind of
there? No,
bad.
dog.
was born in
Like,
Nashville.
you can fucking count the teeth in that fucking city in one
No,
hand.
dude, it's great. I love the southern
I don't know
accent.
where you go,
on
man.
women.
Hold on. You did not just call Tennessee a southern accent. Like, let's just back up there. Hold your horses.
Tennessee is a southern accent. What are you talking about?
Give me a break, bro. They're a
Tennessee-
Yankee state.
No,
What?
it's a country accent. It's
What
not
are
a
you
southern
talking-
accent.
Tennessee
It's
is-
not a southern state.
Tennessee is a southern
Tennessee is a
accent.
southern state.
Nah,
Tennessee
it's
is
a
a
It is
Yankee
a
state.
southern.
Tennessee
That's
is
like,
100%
okay.
It
southern.
left the Union and it fought for the Confederacy. It is a southern
Yeah.
state. Okay.
So did
That's
Virginia,
not the
right?
rule,
But like,
actually.
yeah, cool. We're south of the Mason
But,
Dixon
I
line,
mean,
but that doesn't
Tennessee's
make
the South.
fucking
But
Virginia
let's
a
not-
southern
Okay,
state.
okay. Yeah,
Like,
Virginia's arguably south, but Tennessee is further south than Virginia, so it's definitely south.
Tennessee's deep south.
Yeah,
Tennessee is south.
The deep south is Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi is the deep south. Now there's the expanded south from that is also Louisiana, the Carolinas, Florida.
Texas is not south.
See, South Carolina is
Texas is not
absolutely
south.
south.
And
Texas
then
is the epitome of the South. Yeah.
I don't consider
Florida is
some
also
people
not
some
south.
people consider
Unconquered.
Virginia. I don't consider Virginia the South.
Texas.
Right. I mean, it's
Okay,
like
okay, Tennessee is south,
The
though.
majority
Yeah,
of the
Tennessee's very
Civil War
south.
was fought in fucking Virginia, but that doesn't make us really south because culturally,
We had a lot
we're
of
just
fun.
not
We
that
had
southern.
some skirmishes here in
It's
Tennessee.
Appalachia.
Well, Texas
yeah,
is
but
the only
like-
southern
like-
state
like-
that could say they
like
were unconquered.
80% of the battles
go
in
fuck
the Civil
yourselves.
War were in Virginia, right? Like
I-
the Civil War was fought in Virginia.
People are saying like, okay, I'm not saying this. Tennessee is
Georgia, baby.
Tennessee is an incredibly culturally like southern place. I think it's like right there in
It is.
line with
Country
like
Music Hall of
Alabama,
Fame?
Mississippi. Yeah, I mean, it is what like.
So as someone that and I maybe Grid, maybe you disagree with me, right? But when I have a lot of family in the mountains of Tennessee and Kentucky, right? That's where most of my family is from. But even still, like, I would say that like Gatlinburg, Knoxville, things like that, they're more Appalachian, culturally speaking, than Southern. Now Memphis, Tennessee is like definitely like Southern in culture. But like most of the, and maybe you could say Nashville, but that's more like Austin than it is like fucking a Southern place.
And Austin is like the People's Republic, so.
Austin
might have been a bad. Might have been. Maybe
I do want to move past this.
It's not about money no more.
I'll give our Tennessean the last word on like what Tennessee is culturally, but after that, I do want to. We could get started with the actual topic.
Yeah, I was just.
You have anything else to say on that, Grid?
Is it South, Grid?
Grid lives in Tennessee. I'm just
would you agree with me?
3 miles south of Nashville. I live in the less than a mile from my house is a geographical center of Tennessee.
And you would agree it's Southern, right? I mean, you sound Southern.
It is 100% Southern. 100%. Now, and I'll give him that Appalachia is its own unique culture, but you could say the same thing about North Carolina, South Carolina, all of that whole ridge line there, that all of it, it's totally different than the entire rest of the South.
Because it's not the South. The rest of the South doesn't call it a Southern state, just for the record. Only Yankees, like Lactoid, would call it a Southern state.
Tennessee, Yankee.
I'm from Georgia.
Canadians
I'm from before the South.
Okay,
Tennessee is firmly South.
Okay, let's just get started.
I'm not willing to down this hill. That's just my opinion.
Yeah,
I just feel like Tennessee sits in a gray area.
So, Aiko, do you want to say something on it?
Yeah, just that, like, because I live in Dallas, which is kind of a demarcation point for this, like, we consider the South to start in the part of Texas that is east of Dallas and north of Houston. So that little divot of Texas is in the South. The rest we consider Southwest.
That's fair.
I've never heard that perspective up here.
I mean, Texas is so.
But Aiko, you would agree Tennessee is South, right?
I think of Tennessee as the South too. Yeah, I do.
And all of you, and you fellows from Texas,
but I agree with the carve out for Appalachia.
Yeah. I mean, the carve out for Appalachia is just because they almost stayed just so compact. They're like kind of like the Amish in a way. And that they stay really close knit.
They're hillbillies. You know what I mean?
Keep in mind, Appalachia goes up like it goes into New Jersey even, so it's kind of its own thing.
I mean the Appalachia is kind of its own thing, but also the close knitness of Appalachia is in many ways because of the hillbilly highway, right? So everybody that was gonna leave went to Detroit, went to Youngstown, Ohio, went to places there. And then everybody that stayed maintained that culture and stayed even after the coal mines died out, right? Like, so it is a very insular community that is very different. So I don't know. There's just a part of me that feels like this portion of Tennessee that's in the mountains is kind of its own thing, not really like Southern.
No, I think most people feel that way. Honestly.
Okay. All right. We've got it. Thank you. Let's just get started with the topic, John.
Not giving Prime money, please.
That would be the best part. Again, that Stream Elements link, it's out there, right? Especially for donating chat. If you're on Twitch, right?
You can talk about geography all night if it brings in money.
Yeah. Don't.
That was business. It brought in.
I'm sure that'll bring GSU back. We talk about geography.
I know that. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so before then, hello y'all. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which you have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. We're just going to quickly run through them because I'm anxious to get to this topic. I think there's a lot here.
You ain't running through me, dog. Gross.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So anyway, let's start with our friend Gibbs, number 1 spot, where you've always belonged, honestly, I think, right? But Gibbs, how are you, friend?
I'm good. It's where I would have put me,
Did Lactoid get less white? Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what it is. He got demoted to below this bad.
I put on the Bucks jacket. Yeah,
it's sus. Yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. These other men are businessmen. I'm just a douchebag that said or retarded and got rich.
Sure. Well, but we're not sure if you're rich. So the one way to be sure, though, is that Stream Elements link. I will report.
Let me tell you what a real rich man will say. They get rich by not giving away money.
Although I have
Okay.
given away
So
money
sorry, I
before,
got distracted by something.
slowed down.
Let's go to our friend Bam. Bam, thank you so much for being here, friend.
It's crazy that you actually want to hear from me now, but I'm doing good. Well, I'm gonna be sick tonight, but I'm doing good. Had a fun conversation. Hadn't been on to the Reverie in a while. It's good to see that it's the same degenerate hellhole that I remember and know so well. Feels like home.
Okay.
You're doing well. If you were doing good, you would be giving money to Prime, right? You're
Right.
doing well.
Right.
You're not doing good.
I did give him money. I gave him $10.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And then I do appreciate that you did a gift to the channel. I much appreciate it, friend. Let's go to our friend Corey. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, this is already entertaining, and I was grateful to be here. And whatever, my touch with wealth is growing up in literally the wealthiest neighborhood in Canada. Grew up in Westmount, just FYI. But yes, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram is Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to getting talking more about sports, NBA, football, all that stuff in my wheelhouse. Love it.
I grew up in the neighborhood with the greatest concentration of Monopoly money. That's fantastic for you. All right, let's go to our friend. Let's go to our friend Scott. I'm not sure if I'm reversing your screen, so actually I don't know where we're at a point here. But go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I am Scott. My channel is Fabian Liberty. On if you want to watch me be toxic, follow me on X. I will never not say that that's a shitty name, but it is what it's called. And in most of my streaming right now is done on YouTube. I am a libertarian, an anarcho-capitalist, a right-wing anarchist, whatever you want to call me in that regard. So this entire conversation about taxes and how much people paid in taxes, just really, I really had to hold back, man. I was very angry that we were flexing how much tax money we were paying. I can't get behind that horrible behavior that you guys were doing. So, I'm very disappointed in Grid and everyone here flexing about how much tax money they paid, because if they were really good people, they would be doing everything they could to steal from the U.S. government and pay less in taxes. And I just, I can't get behind it, but, I love Grid anyways, and I'm happy to be here.
And put that money, right? No, I totally agree. It makes sense now, Scott, right? Because that could be more money used for their favorite streamers, right? That would, their local neighborhood PayPal account is where that could sit, rather than the U.S. Treasury.
You'd have to, set up an LLC and, maybe make you do some incredibly small, work or charity work, and then just give you a salary that's like 98% of the funds. Find some way to give you money without having to pay taxes on it.
IRS, whatever. If that's not legal, then I would never do that.
You
Just
become
be
the charity,
something like that. Thank you so much. All right, let's get to our Grid. Thanks for being here.
Okay. I'm Grid One Motorsports. I have a channel called An Unreasonable Man on YouTube. I used to stream on Twitch. I don't know if I still have. I don't know if it's still active or not. And I stream other places too, occasionally Rumble and whatnot. But YouTube always. And you can find me at an Unreasonable Man. And I'm a constitutional conservative. I believe if it's not in the Constitution, it probably shouldn't have anything to do with the federal government. All about states' rights. Really, the reason that I liked that I bring up taxes, I didn't actually bring up taxes, but the reason I get so heated about taxes is I really hate paying them, especially federal income tax. And there's nothing that angers me more when I think about it. That's where that's at. So.
Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Echo.
Hey, I'm Ike Rich. Streaming from work today instead of from home because I had to stay late at work tonight. Other than that, what's going on?
Now I feel kind of bad.
No, it's fine. I don't mind. Yeah. Somebody brought, it was the last day of school, so somebody brought a bunch of snacks, like extra banana bread and like lemonade and stuff. So I'm okay. Like I won't die of hunger.
Oh, okay. Well, if you like banana bread, one day I gotta get you some of my mom's banana bread, which apparently is absolutely amazing. Is what people tell me.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, let's go to our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. I am a libertarian, not a anarcho-capitalist, though, but I have the sense to not call it taxes. It is thefts. They're stealing your money. Don't brag about it. It's bad. Brag about how much you make, because that actually is a sign of moral superiority. If you like what I have to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Okay. Will that mean Gambit with his opposite? Is very different politics is more morally superior than you are?
I haven't seen his bank account, but based on his actions, he's probably more valuable than me as a person. Yeah.
Is this the prosperity gospel libertarian?
That's different from morally superior, though. Is he morally superior to you? With all his opinions.
I mean, his ideas, his ideas might be worse, but like he as a unit of measurement is like could be superior to me.
Is he more right than you?
No, definitely not.
Well,
hold on. Like a giant vault full of gold is not more correct than me on like certain questions. Even
but the person who could attain the giant vault full of gold holds some type of status, which then would,
Yeah.
You said morally superior, which is why I would have responded to. But if you want to
I may have meant like morally valuable.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. All right. And now our friend Ali, sorry.
Yep. I go by Sociologic, 2 L's. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. I won't call it X, Scott. That's the easy way of doing that. And for the rest of you, the rest of us that are less morally valuable, give your Prime account. You sub through Twitch Prime. What is it? Prime Gaming. It's free that way. You have the Prime account. Give the free sub to this Prime.
Prime account.
Thank you.
Amazon.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, I'm a slightly more morally valuable I was like an hour ago. But thank you all so much. All right, let's get started because I think we have a really good topic. In the past few weeks, 2 porn stars have dominated the headlines. Bonnie Blue has gained infamy in Australia for specifically seeking out and sleeping with barely legal 18-year-old men. She sleeps with dozens of them at a time over the span of a weekend. Bonnie's friend, Lily Phillips, has grabbed attention after sleeping with 101 men within a day. I think it was like 14 hours or so, or 16. Later on, she declared that she would try for 1,000 in 24 hours. What does this say about our society that these women have gotten so much attention in our media landscape? Are they just oddities that have transfixed the public and nothing more? Or does this say something larger about our cultural values? Do you lament the normalization of porn? Or do you embrace the more accepting society of adult choices? So
let Gibbs talk first on this.
I know. Oh my god.
Ain't none of my business. That's what it sums up as.
But to but to elaborate just a bit more. So Bonnie Blue, she ended up getting banned from Australia. Not specifically for this. It was some immigration technicality or something. But there was like some sort of petition, some sort of movement to get her banned. She's actually British, right? Because like from like I guess a group of women were spearheading this because she was open about going to basically this kind of like spring break type event that they have in Australia, where young and like people who are 18-year-olds, like they graduated high school. It's a bit of a celebration going into college, right? They're legal. She kind of went to like the hotspot, like their version of Cancun in Australia, right? And we're setting up these meets. She like advertised it, and she got dozens of them at a time, and she just made it happen. And then her friend, and I do think my friend, they've worked together before. Lily Phillips, she made 101 men happen in a single day. And there was a documentary that she did simultaneously with this. So there's some of those clips have been releasing. This event happened, I believe, in October if I'm not mistaken. And some of the clips have been releasing, and her reactions there have like caused a lot of controversy. Some people are analyzing like what this actually all means. So any which way, yeah, I want to see if you all think we don't. I did invite women today, but we. None of them showed up. It's fine. But it's not important.
Wonder why. Any particular reason you think?
A shocker. What a shock.
Topic wasn't their vibe.
Yeah, you don't think so?
They had conflicts of interest. Any which way. Not conflicts of interest.
That's what they're calling it
Scheduling
these
conflicts.
days.
Scheduling conflicts. Excuse me. Anyway, look, we just get started. Gibbs, your thoughts?
Yeah. So one, I gotta say, yeah, I don't think it's really a concern. I don't have concerns about this because this is something that I disagree with Fabian on a lot of these panels. I come on here, we argue about like morality. I'll argue that there is really no morality, but I'll tell you what I do know there is. There's sexuality. What happened with North Korea when they got to Russia? They started getting addicted to porn. What happened with these unconfidential tribes that got the new Starlink? What's the first thing they did? Got addicted to porn. People love fucking porn. People like sex, but like porn, it's just human nature. We're basically just animals at the end of the day. Everybody wants to like act like we're civilized, but in reality, we're no better than a hog and a rut. That's all we are. That's all we are. We're just big hogs and a rut. Now, as for these two individual examples, yeah, I mean, it is a little icky. I guess she's going for like whatever, barely legals, but I don't know. I grew up like in the 2000s. What was that guy? They had the Spring Breakers. I don't know if it's any different from the Spring Break, a Girls Gone Wild kind of thing. Like they're both kind of icky. It's very similar to me, I think, in that regard. As long as they can make sure they're legal, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. And as for the other girl with 101 dicks, god damn, bro. I mean, who could you imagine being level number 100? I'd give it like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. That couldn't be too fun. But either way, sorry, I guess a personal thought. I guess I think she's gonna be set up for life now. She can take this fame. And she's willing to do something that nobody else was doing. Take 100 dicks, and now she's going for 1,000. This girl's going to be in the Guinness Book of World Records for eternity. What are you going to do? Nothing.
Oh, there you go. It's a good point, actually. I didn't consider that the world record holder. Huh? Would they actually give out a record for that?
World record's like 983. I looked it up the other day.
Oh, there is. Okay, never mind.
That's why she's going for 1,000. She had to practice. This was the warm up.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's more of a logistics thing than anything else, honestly. But let's go to our friend Bam.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who there's like one clip in particular going around social media of her like at the end of the experience, like just kind of having a large range of emotions, and then they show her like have a moment of like a tear, and they say like, and people are like, feminism failed you, like. Society should have told you to be home and be a virgin and cook pies, and you would have been happier. Like you're destroyed. But in reality, like I don't think this has anything to do with feminism. I think you could make an argument and this has something to do with our social media age and the idea of the things people were willing to do for stardom or clout, and to be like a star in social media. So. I don't know. I think she's an adult. I think she can have sex with as many people as she wants to have sex with. Would I or probably any psychologist recommend it? That's like a responsible, healthy thing to do. Probably not. But she's moving on. She's gonna try it again and try to break the record. And she probably is gonna receive some level of like stardom and fame and financial success from it. I think the dumbest thing in the world is the Hak Tua girl made like the fact that I can really identify her as a Hak Tua girl made like a 3-second, viral clip, and then within 6 months she has like a top 5.
She didn't even make the clip.
Rated
top three
podcast in the world. Yeah,
and a rug pull.
And then a rug pull. Yeah,
massively successful rug pull. Yeah.
And it wasn't even her clip.
It wasn't even.
Yeah,
her
I don't
clip.
know. I just
let the man do his intro.
Yeah, I just think that like it's telling what our society's what people want to see, and the types of things that I don't even think have to be necessarily pushed on us. Like I think that there's something strange going on that like whatever it is to get clicks and like the types of things that get clicks and views are just really, really strange, and I find it unrelatable. But to each their own. Freedom.
Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack. I definitely do agree with what Bam just mentioned in terms of like I think this is largely just a culture of spectacle and whatever grabs people's attention. In terms of like what social media and all that stuff. Like I think another example in that vein, like you just have ridiculous things happening now in streaming and just people doing. I think that whole story of Johnny Somali now in Korea is really bizarre. And also even just the example of like the Jake Paul and Tyson fight. It's like, yeah, that's just like spectacle. That probably shouldn't have happened. It's a bad idea all around, but that's what gets attention. And from what I understand, like people tuned in and people were excited about it. Do I think that's a good thing and a good reflection of the culture? No, but like the market has spoken, right? And I guess for these particular examples, well, even just so I'm not all caught up on the details, but even like the 1,000, the person going for the record, 1,001. Even just whatever logistically, for if I've done my mental math correctly, each person gets like a little over a minute. That seems like a little bit like even just getting the person in and out and hopefully cleaned up seems like potentially a problem. But I don't know. I'm sure they'll figure it out somehow. Unless they're they're going to go two at a time. I guess that's possible. But and also,
I mean, technically, you could go more than that.
Sure, I'll let them flesh it out however they want.
How many miles a dick is that?
It's really dick to floor. I'm about to tell you, you put two dicks on each side. I don't know. Only not everybody got that reference, but there's a.
I'm sure it can be done. It probably is going to be done. And like, yes, is all legal? Sure, but do I think this is, let's say, a good thing and recommended? No, I don't think this is a good reflection of the psychological state of our culture. In terms of the person, arguably doing maybe predatory things, sleeping with 18, 19-year-old boys. Yes, it's legal, but I'm open to I've said it before, like increasing the age of consent. I think there's an argument to be made there. I'm like, yeah, they might be making a case for that. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Let's go to Scott.
Yeah. So obviously, first and foremost, I think that you have a right to do these things. You have a right to be a whore if you want to be a whore, and be a public whore for clout and fame. But there is this growing problem in our culture where, I guess it's a sophomoric understanding of philosophy and morality from the majority, where because we have adopted liberalism, there is this kind of surface level liberalism where our culture says, well, if you have a right to do something, then there can't be anything wrong with doing the thing. Right. And just because you have a right to do something and the government shouldn't bring in guns to stop you from doing it doesn't make it good. Right. The market will respond to people's desires, but the market is a largely amoral force. I mean, freeing the market is moral, is good because it is, lessening the evil of an unfree market. But that doesn't mean that just because you're free to do something, that thing must be by definition good or morally right. I think there is something kind of a weird gray area, obviously, with the first individual reference going after, barely legal teens. I think people that age do lack some complete agency. I do think that the age of consent should be higher than 18. However, my beliefs on age of consent should also mean that children ought to be able to sign with a judge and be emancipated much easier, right? It shouldn't be a lengthy process. If the parents agree and the child agrees, then you ought to be able to be considered an adult legally through an emancipation process that should be simple if there's no challenge either from the parents or the children. When it comes to Lily Phillips, right, which is the individual doing the 1,000 cocks here soon, the documentary, I think the biggest thing from that documentary that people, I think, latched onto, rightly so, was disassociation, right? She stated that she was unable to remember more than one or two guys. She had to view the footage in order to even remember their faces. And this is a very common trauma response, right? She's showcasing that it was a traumatic experience for her, despite the fact that she went into it willingly, because she subjected herself to something that, is essentially, she willingly engaged in something similar to gang rape at a massive scale, and our mind and our body are not designed for that. I think the entire phenomena of, you know, these OnlyFans girls having massive stardom and massive amounts of wealth is kind of a congruence of variables, right? I think it's really, really bad. And the reason I think it's really, really bad is because, you know, a host of things. I think social media and the way that women engage, or a particular subset of women engage, is breeding narcissism in our culture, especially in women. It's creating narcissists because, you know, they have an online community of people that essentially worship them and then they cultivate that community to get rid of anybody that's a hater, and then that own community that like worships them sexually, you know, then defend them, right? So they it's very similar. It's like a learned narcissism where they believe that they're untouchable. They believe that they're that everything that they're doing is good, and anyone who challenges that is actually a bad person. And it's making that subset of women essentially allergic to any form of accountability or living in the real world. And that is very damaging to those women in terms of their long-term prospects, but it's also very damaging to society when it's on display in such a degree and it's celebrated, because it's causing a gender split. It is one of many things, but one thing that is certainly causing a gender split where you have, you know, red pill people and MRA people that, you know, are focused on this hyper popular smaller subset of women, and painting women as a whole in these lines. I mean, you see so many of these podcasts and people that think that women are all whores and that they're all, you know, transactional and that they all want, you know, the 6 foot tall, you know, big dicks, abs, 6-figure guy, when, you know, the data actually shows that women are checking out of the dating marketplace, that women, is not to the same degree as men, but women are leaving the dating marketplace because of the toxicity and the gender issues and a congruence of variables. And so I think it's damaging to women. I think it's damaging to men. I think it's damaging to the health of our culture and society when we celebrate and venerate, you know, behavior that we knew for thousands of years was degenerate, that was psychologically unhealthy and wasn't good for families and long-term happiness. It is the height of high time preference thinking above anything else I've seen in our recent culture. And anybody that understands economics knows that high time preference thinking is damaging towards the culture and society.
Are we still in Scott's opening?
Yeah, I was just
That's new that I was like, wait, are we still here?
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Let's go to our friend Grid.
All right. So, So the OF thing that we've got going on now has been very interesting the past couple of years. I first want to shout out the Russian owner of OnlyFans. He paid himself $1.3 million a day last year. That was the smallest amount that he could legally pay himself, and without risking an audit. And therefore, he is the world's best pimp. Just the way it is. $1.3 million a day, gentlemen, is a lot of damn money. A lot. And so I think what we've seen. Also, by the way, one of my guys did the math. 1.87 miles is how much dick she's going to take. I've got the best chat.
Billion.
I don't think that's true.
1.87 miles of dick with an average of 5.5 inch dick.
No, it'd be a fraction.
For 1,000 or 100 myself.
Like 500 feet.
Yeah.
No, for 1,000 or
1.87 miles of dick.
You're muted, Bam. But
so
yeah.
It depends on if they're measuring by thrust. You know, that might be different.
Yeah,
well, we're gonna have to add in there that country specific nationality
times 100 guys, 216, 21,600 thrusts, average 5.5 inches, 118,800 inches total, or 1.87 miles. I'm telling you, these guys.
These are pretty good, but you gotta account for the country you're in, because the average dick size is gonna vary by nationality of dick you're dealing with.
He just went with 5.5 inches average. You know.
Yeah,
so.
I understand. We can
Anyway,
figure this out.
So that's a lot of dick. That's a lot of dick. So,
the mean jerk time.
The OF The OF phenomenon is very interesting, and I think that the danger of it is not just that women do these things; it's that they think they're going to get paid for it when only the top 1% actually make any real money doing it, and they have to consistently do more and more, I guess, outrageous things to continue to get the views and the clicks and the likes, or whatever, and to maintain their subscribers, because it is a subscription service. And so a lot of women believe that they're going to go into this making 6 figures a month. That's what the 1,000 dick stare lady makes, 6 figures a month. A lot of girls go in there thinking they're going to get paid that much. It just doesn't happen for them. And I really feel like that at the end of the day, porn in general is just, it's always been it's always been there, but it's always been kind of restricted, right? We can go from the Kama Sutra all the way to Aleister Crowley, but there was an entry cost. You couldn't just be a part of it because you wanted to be a part of it. There was not even a price of admission a lot of times. You had to know somebody who knew somebody who then decided that you were worthwhile to be a part of their little degenerate club, and then you could be part of their degenerate club. And now anybody that can click a mouse and pay $5, apparently, you're in. There's something wrong with that, especially when kids can do it. There are no real controls for underage viewers. This is a real problem, I think, bigger than any other. And as much as we infantilize our youth as it is, if you're infantilizing someone and making them, at 13 they can't even walk down the street by themselves, and yet they can go upstairs into their room and watch 6 hours of porn every night, something wrong. It's just wrong. You don't even need to know why it's wrong. It's just wrong. And but we'll get into that later, I'm sure. And so I actually don't have a problem with what these women do. I have a problem with the market that they serve. I have a problem to some degree with the attitude and the cavalierness surrounding it. And it'll be great to get into all of it. But we have lost that taboo, hidden, forbidden sort of thing that pornography.
And have Scott and this guy back to back.
Oh my gosh!
I'm done.
All right, the Wonder Twins power activate on that one.
Scott's the master.
Absolutely. You're only the apprentice, right?
That's one word for it. That's one word for it.
He's saying he aspires to Scott. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Let's go to our friend.
I have a lot to say about this. If I'm not careful, I'll be longer than Scott, but I'll try not to. But I will say that there is a long list here that I suspect, because some of it's science adjacent, Corey might ask me for sources on all of this stuff, so he could just ask me in the once the discussion starts. But it's been linked. So pornography has been linked to sexual dysfunction, addiction, distorted perceptions of what you expect your partners to be like, isolation. Think otaku culture, people who never even leave their apartments. It started in Japan. It's starting to become more of a thing here too.
I don't think you mean otaku, but
an otaku is just a Japanese nerd. There's a whole culture of people there who literally will not leave their apartment. They work at home.
That's not the word. Otaku is not the word you're looking for there, but it's fine. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, it's a subset of the otaku. You're right. And I forget what that's called, but I'm just thinking about that, the whole story. Negative feelings like self-perception, body dysmorphia has been linked to it, and relationship issues. So a lot of conservatives these days are talking about, what do we do about the fact that we're not reproducing as much anymore as we used to? That people are starting to link that to the availability of porn in our society, and this freedom that we have is it's not really freedom if you look at it over the longer term. I think at one point I mentioned I think you, Prime, asked me about what is the Catholic observation on masturbation and why it's a sin. And I want to talk about that in the back and forth because it's something that you told me that I should talk about that you think chat would be interested in. I don't know, but I can tell you the logic behind that, right? But largely it has to do with the fact that human beings are attracted to each other, right, through our physical attraction to each other. And so if you read, for instance, I don't know, you go all the way back to Dante. If you read about like if all of the sins that are associated with people who are in purgatory, who are on their way to heaven, the very last sin on that mountain, it's the very, very top, which means that it is the sin that is closest to heaven, is lust. Because lust itself is connected to love. It's sort of a twisted version of love that has something removed from it, essentially. And so it becomes the closest sin to God. And the thing is, if that thing is removed from it, then it's the thing that Catholics believe like is that final sort of barrier. And we can talk about that, but at some point in the future, I just want to say that like a bishop that I had a lot of respect for once explained to us that many relationships start with that kind of lust, right? You get into that relationship and the only reason you're even with that person is because of those urges. But then over time, what started as not a loving relationship becomes a loving relationship, right? But pornography short circuits all of that. It gives you all of the rewards that might bring you to another person, but it doesn't bring you to anybody, right? So all of those things that could be good that are a result of a lustful decision, Catholics would argue, are removed and hollowed out. And that's one of the reasons why like pornography is like such a big issue, especially with the Catholic Church.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I have so much more to say, but I'll do it in the back and forth.
Yeah. And thank you for Scott for pointing out that term hikikomori. That's the term you're looking for. That people don't leave.
I put it in the Discord.
Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
A lot of agreeable shit has been said thus far. I'm just gonna, I guess, summarize my position. As to the OnlyFans taking the 100-something dicks, I mean, it's a lot of dick. I agree. That's on one hand, I'm impressed. But on the other hand, like it's also pretty disgusting. I think that she probably. I saw the video afterwards. I obviously didn't watch the video of the dicking, but
is that so obvious?
Sorry, it's not because I don't watch porn, because I don't pay for porn. Okay, but I saw the video of her like with the 1,000-yard stare. I think she definitely had some kind of like trauma response. She started crying during like the brief interview. She said that, it was kind of really intense and there was a lot to it and her memory was foggy. I mean, it's actually a little bit hard to watch. So I think that even though I'm not going to ban it, it should be allowed just because it's a consensual interaction between adults. It's still pretty fucked on like I think a human level, in the sense that you can choose to do consensual things that are like pretty fucked for yourself, right? If you choose to smoke cigarettes or like, shove needles in your skin, like probably not, but well, except for that, of course, it's kind of fucked. It's kind of messed up. And if we see somebody doing that, we become a little bit concerned for their health, right? You're not hurting anybody necessarily by like, eating your own shit. But if I catch you eating your own shit, I'm going to have some questions and I'm going to be concerned about your well-being because I'm a human and you're a human and I want what's best for you. And the fact that you're eating your own shit, I think is indicative of some potential problem. And I think that she has a potential problem here. And I know she's making a lot of money and that could explain most of it perhaps. But I mean, she's definitely suffering through it. Yeah, she's suffering through it. And it is sort of sad to see. At the same time, though, I think there's a criticism of OnlyFans generally, which is that a lot of people will focus on, like, because of infantilization of women, how women are, the ultimate victims of this. But I think the men are victims too, in that they are being sort of their own sexuality is being weaponized against them. In a similar way that casino owners or cigarette salesmen will use somebody's brain and the addictive mechanisms within it to make money. I think OnlyFans creators sort of do the same thing, where they're relying on the fact that men have the sexual drive that I guess it can be easily manipulated, and they are manipulating them out of this money. I think this is generally true with sex workers in total, But of course, as is the case a lot of times with manipulators, not only is it hurting the person they're manipulating, but I think it's also kind of hurting themselves. So it's a sad sight to see overall. I think the only thing I would regulate is children accessing it. That was brought up before. I think that is a major issue. I think children, anybody under the age of 18, shouldn't be on these websites, and definitely shouldn't be creators on these websites. Girls Gone Wild actually got in a lot of trouble because some of the girls on there were apparently not 18. There's been some lawsuits about that, my understanding is. But speaking of that, the kind of the second part of this prompt, what about the woman who's chasing down 18-year-old men? This is going to surprise you. Technically, this is ephebophilia. People who pursue people who are up to 19 years old are ephebophiles, which is the sexual attraction to adolescents. And so she is, by scientific definition, she's an ephebophile, right? She is chasing after adolescent men, 18-year-old men. Do I think this is weird? I do. I think it's weird. However, I have a principle where if you're old enough to fuck me in the political process, I should be able to fuck you sexually. And I think if we're going to cut it off at 18, I would agree, maybe raise it to 21, but then the voting age has to be 21 too. And serving the military and all that other shit has to be 21 too. I can get behind that. But I'm not going to have this situation where these fucking 18-year-olds can vote and fuck me over, but then all of a sudden, like, we're still going to sort of treat them like children. I'm not a fan of that.
You can get behind it and bend it over. Agreed. All right, let's go to our
Consensually.
Consensually. Let's go to
Voting
our
is
friend
never
Ali.
consensual.
Yeah, I more or less agree with what's been stated in general, except for the girl that's fucking the spring breakers or the graduates, whatever the fuck it is, and they're 18. If you know she wants to do the service. But what I think should be attacked is all you nasty fucks that participate. Who participated in the 100 dick off? Who participated in fucking like a girl back to back after your boys
Baby
just got
dibs.
done slamming the girl? Who's watching you? I don't blame these girls for nothing. I don't give a fuck that it's manipulative or you're hitting their. Fuck these guys for giving them their money. Fuck them for giving the attention. I don't necessarily care because at the end of the day, there was always this form. There's always been this form of like these just guys giving their life's worth to these girls that don't even recognize them. It's always existed before porn. It'll exist after porn. Doesn't really matter, but you should be shamed. You should be ashamed of yourselves. That's what we need to do, is shame the spenders, shame the dudes that are participating in this, not the women. Leave the women alone. They're not doing anything wrong. But yeah.
So we can get into this, but I think it looks like I'm going to be the only one really on the other side of this. It seems like, but I'll.
You should go for 2,000.
I feel like we got so far away from my point that it feels like I agree with everybody else. I don't think I agree.
You and Gibbs.
I want to respond.
Yeah, who even knows what I said? I don't even remember.
Sociologic. I do want to respond to sociologic, right? Like, because this is a theme I've seen online in terms of the Lily Phillips, especially, which is the 100 to the 1,000 cock lady. Like, I agree with you that the men ought be shamed, right? I absolutely agree. But there's a bit of a bias going on here. And the bias that I think is a natural conclusion of the fame and the clout, right? Like, I agree with you that these men ought be shamed. But my issue is that a lot of times it seems like there's, especially the feminists, right, are like, these guys are the real disgusting creeps. And it's like, I kind of agree with you on that, right? Like I do agree with you on that. Like there's something disgusting there, and they ought to be shamed. But the problem that I have with that interpretation is that the guys are an amorphous horde of nobodies.
Yeah,
and the girl is putting her face out there, trying to get clout, trying to push this into media for her brand, right? And so I think that's the distinctive difference here, is that I agree with you that if there was, like, if Todd, dick number 67, right? Todd was out there and was like making TikTok vlogs about his experience and was trying to grow a brand off of being dick number 67, like, fuck Todd. Everybody should like talk about how much of a disgusting creep Todd is. But there is no Todd in this example, right? Like there's just a nameless, faceless horde of guys, that like whose identity we don't know.
Which I think makes it worse. I think that makes it worse. Like the guys consent. The guys are going in. They're giving her all this notoriety. They're giving her all this publicity. They're giving her all this fame. They're giving her all the clout. They're reaping zero benefit outside of a minute of being inside of her. Fuck that. And it's to your point, the reason I don't judge the girl so much is because at the end of the day, fuck it, it's capitalism. Like.
Yeah,
you know? If there's a market, there's a market for it.
So. All absolutely correct.
That's exactly what I was talking about in my opening statement. Is that just because a relationship or is based upon voluntary exchange, and that means that you don't have a right to utilize violence to stop them. But that doesn't make it good. Right, that it is still a bad thing.
It's good for them.
Yeah, I don't think it's good.
But that's your thing. But when you
say,
I
think the moral wrong lies with the guys and not the girls in this.
How is the moral wrong not?
Wait. Because I can explain. You allowed yourself as a man to be used with no notoriety. No, I don't know if these guys got paid for it or whatever, but you allowed yourself to be a participant within this situation. You allowed it. So anything that comes from it,
they volunteered.
Well, they want it. They volunteered. So honestly, I think they're not like a contributor. Like her trauma isn't on them, right? Her trauma's on her. But I'm saying like the fact that this video is able to exist, the fact that she gained this notoriety is 100% on the dudes that like participated and let themselves be used.
Why does the man? Why does this is the height of sexism? Why does the man have agency? But the woman lacks the agency in her decision. She's not in a whorehouse. She's literally filming it. She's building a brand off of it. She's celebrating it.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with it.
I want to move on.
That's just being an influencer.
Bam, I think, and was it Lactoid?
Yeah, so I mean, Ollie's absolutely correct here. Like, in fact, I think it's even more impressive that it's some amorphous, blob horde thing where nobody even knows. It's like she took something and basically said, "Skill issue. I'm going to be known for being the most successful whore in the world," and now is richer than all of us. Probably, she's got more notoriety. She could probably parlay that into
not
other
GSU
things.
Gambit though.
I'm just saying. I don't know. Can't speak for him. Maybe we'll see what her taxes.
We can only tell. We can only figure out wealth by who donates to me. That's the only possible way.
Right. I mean, Lily Phillips needs to get on the Prime Cage life, I guess. But my point is though, it seems like we're pro-capitalism until there's some kind of moral thing, and all that sounds like to me is skill issue. People are mad because there's something in your life holding you back. If you wanted to be the man with the golden bum and go take 1,000 dicks, you could do it, but you're not willing to do it. This person was willing to do something that you weren't willing to do, and now you know what? You can think it's shitty, you can think it's horrible, but it was something that was work. It was probably work taking 100 dicks, organizing it, get it all done, and guess what? She did it. You weren't willing to do it, and now you want to go, oh, that's bullshit. She got rich doing that. Well, I have to say, if you want to do that, why don't you go take 100 dicks and you can be famous for it too? Until then, shut your mouth, put your bitch in.
No, that's not an argument. My argument is that it's immoral. And your argument is, well, why don't you do the immoral thing?
Well, Lactoid doesn't think it's immoral because she's rich now, so she's more morally superior than the rest of us.
That's like no, like my claim is that yes, it is a human right to be able to engage in this behavior without violence without cops kicking down the door and stopping you. But the problem is just because something is a human right doesn't mean that it's good, right?
Yeah.
Taking heroin is a human right. That doesn't make it good.
We got you.
My problem. I think let's go
I don't apply any of the moral weight to it. Like that to me, that's irrelevant. I think the thing we can point to is would we
How is it irrelevant? You can't just dismiss all morality. Do you think?
I did.
Okay, maybe my next word would have said it. How about that? Maybe possibly. Stop me. I don't think any of it matters trying to apply this like moral weight to it because to me it means like all that and a bag of dicks whenever you're talking about. Literally, whenever you're talking about something that people can agree to do, the question would be like you can have the conversation of like, oh, okay, would you recommend other people do this thing, and you can say yes or no. But even that is just going to be based on like a statistic. That's not going to be based on whether it's good or morally good or bad. Like I know beautiful women who I would recommend, like I remember going to college with gorgeous, like, well, there was like 2 or 3. They're like gorgeous women. That's like, oh, she shouldn't be in college. She should like go to some NBA game or professional sports game and find an athlete. Like there's not many women that can do with that, but like you are in this rare tier person that can do that. Would I recommend everyone do that? No. No, because I don't think your outcomes would be good. But that's not me speaking to the morality of it. And when we're talking about judging and society and all this trauma, the reality is that what happened is a lot of those guys are probably who agreed to do the 100 dicks thing, or even in both situations, even with the girl who did the like mass hookups, there were probably like 6 out of 10 dudes who feel like, wow, I will never probably get a chance in real life to hook up with a girl that's attractive. Like, and they feel like they got a win out of it. They don't feel like they were traumatized. They don't feel like they were used. They feel like, wow, I made an exchange that benefited me. I had to have sex with a really hot chick. In their opinion,
do you think
moral
questions are irrelevant? Do you believe that all moral questions are irrelevant and that we just shouldn't talk
just
about
this one? I think this moral question.
Why is this one specifically? Why is this one irrelevant to discuss the morality of it and the effects on society?
Because when people generally, and I know that you have some like book from 1863 definition of morality that you're talking about, but when people usually talk about morality, they're talking about like a harm that it's causing to a person and why society shouldn't allow it. But I think that you would call it, if both people,
that's ethics.
Like you're pointing to some version of morality where both people come out of the situation feeling like, wow, I'm very happy and satisfied with the outcome. And you're saying that was like, and there's no one harmed from it. And you're still applying some level of morality to it.
Well, first of all, I did explain in my opening why I thought there was societal harm and greater harm, why I thought it was high time preference thinking, and why high time preference thinking is bad. But setting all of that aside,
we shouldn't pivot this back to you. I actually don't want you to answer, not because it's you. I want you to answer, but I feel like you went like 3 times, and I feel like somebody else needs to go.
I mean, you're saying nonsense, but okay.
But just let somebody else respond, dude.
Grid, if you want to respond,
yeah, because I'll fuck you up.
But
Lactoid, I will argue with you all day. It's
just yeah. So let Grid respond, then Lactoid and Corey.
Okay, so I can't see any reason to ban pornography, right? And I weighed out all of the pros and cons of people say, well, if you ban it. It's good for society. It does a lot of things, because if you look at pornography, it can lead to sex trade, trafficking, a lot of trauma to women, a lot of these things. And I'm like, well, okay, but I can say that basically about anything in our life. And so I don't believe that we should just ban things that I can't find an actual reason to ban them, right? Matter of fact, I don't believe in banning most things. I think it's a waste of time and resources. So what I'm left with then is trying to understand how does it fit into society, right? And it used to be, again, that deviant sex, well, they didn't really have pornography so much as they had deviant sex cults and that sort of thing, like the Kama Sutra and Aleister Crowley in England and all of these other degenerates. Well, they were limited in scope. And your 12-year-old kid wasn't able to download a bunch of it on the internet every day. And this is where the problem comes in. And it has nothing to do with my morality. This has nothing. I'm actually not going to argue for once from a moral basis. I'm just saying that you can't point to where banning it would help, but you also have to admit that there has to be some limit. There has to be some.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Hold on. You can look at because you're calling something degeneracy, right? You're talking about these sex cults. Well, okay, let's just look back. I don't know. Pick an ancient empire. Let's go with the Greeks. They're hedonistic to the max, and some of the biggest philosophers of all time. We study their study states. Democracy stems from them. So, when you argue that something is degenerate, you're absolutely arguing it from a moral standpoint. So, I would even argue that none of these behaviors are even bad things.
Be less than right, not necessarily moral. Degeneracy is not immoral, sir.
I'm about to say you can just make it's just about an outcome argument. Like it absolutely. If we had some study based on information that could lead us to with some level of certainty, not obviously not 100%, but if we saw that like, oh yeah, the amount of porn we allow in society, it's like increasing child rapes by like 35%, then like you could like what we would gain would be worth it. I mean, the state of Alabama's already banned porn. Like if you're like you can't watch it in the state. I think other states have too.
Without ID, like logging with your ID.
It's not even just ID. They say because they don't have the ability, like they don't have a actual ability to enforce it. It's just banned across the board. Like your IP banned.
Really?
Well, a lot of so like Pornhub won't be.
Wait, really?
Right?
Is that's a
so,
thing?
So what they've done is Pornhub is like not really. So what they've done is they voluntarily like blocked it from that region. So like Pornhub, for example, is like voluntarily blocked in Texas because they don't want to risk breaking the Texas law because they like think it's gonna be too difficult to enforce whatever's behind it. So they just like they're not like IP ban. You can go to the website, but it'll say like, oh yeah, it is a power move because then like I want to watch my porn.
They're trying to cut it off completely. So that people won't support further.
Yeah,
porn
people
bans,
complain.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's attack. I mean, it's all politics. You know.
Let's go to Lactoid.
Couple points I have written down. So to Gibbs, I think Gibbs, you're probably the only one here that I would expect to say, well, skill issue, who cares? Because your view of capitalism is one where I think it's like it's a little bit short.
Right.
It's a little bit short-sighted in the sense that the same capitalism that allows people to create things also allows us to critique them, right? And so, yes, it's perfectly within capitalism for people to I guess make this stuff, and it's also perfectly within capitalism for me to say, fuck that, that's wrong, that's immoral, don't go it, don't do it, don't consume it, or anything like that. Because again, as a consumer, I'm part of the market, I'm part of capitalism, and then along with that, both the supply and demand, I think, are at issue here. Consumers are a problem, just like producers are a problem. They can create a feedback loop to each other. Producers are trying to encourage more customers by propagating ads and social media, which they do. And then the consumers, the more people that get into it, create a more lucrative market, which then funnels money to the producers and makes it more of a cash incentive for producers to exist and then also proliferate, et cetera, et cetera. Feedback loop grows. And before you know it, now you have all this ridiculousness of OnlyFans advertisements on Twitter, which I understand Twitter is more of a older website, but like a website for older people. But it's all over the place. And I think it's a problem because I think not only is it a problem for adults, for a lot of that's okay.
Twitter's 13 plus, and then
I didn't know that
OnlyFans advertisements.
I didn't know that. That's I think that backs up my argument even more. I think it's a problem for adults for a lot of the reasons that Ico listed.
You're talking about barrier to entry, basically.
Well, I'm not just talking about barrier to entry. So I want to bifurcate this because I think all of us here can agree that it's bad for the kids, right? And let's not pretend like there's been any real substantive effort to prevent children from viewing this shit. I mean, I was 12 when I was exposed to the most hardcore shit, right? 2 girls, 1 cup, shit like that, right? Like the most hardcore shit that you can imagine, right? I was very young, and a lot of us here probably were, as well. It just is the case, and it's. I think it is a problem. I don't think it's good for a developing person. I don't think it's good.
And you still got a dare medal.
And I still got a dare medal. It's true, but I think it's also bad for adults for a lot of the reasons that Ico mentions. And tying this all back in, much like other things that we criticize, like smoking, like perhaps riding a motorcycle, I think that it's perfectly fair to say, adults, this is bad for you. Don't do it. It leads to bad outcomes. And you could say, fuck you, it's my right to do it. All well and done. You're right. It is your right to do it. It's your right to view it. Fine. But we can criticize you for doing it, and we can be in the right if this thing leads to bad outcomes, which it does. Same thing with smoking, same thing with drinking, same thing with drug use. It's just generally not a good thing to do, and we shouldn't be encouraging it.
And motorcycle use.
So
no, that's so much fun, though. It's different. It's so much fun. You don't even know, Corey. It's way better than sex.
Let's go to Corey, then Ico. We're gonna go to Corey, then Ico, then I'm gonna jump in as well because this is killing me. I really want to fight. But yeah, Corey, please.
Yeah, so Lactoid did address a point that I did want to make of like there seems to be like a lot of effort to like who to assign blame to. You know, either the groups of men or the woman. Could be I argue like both in terms of culpability. Where again, overall it's just a poor reflection of society. Where like because yes, you can say that it's this amorphous 100 men or so, like whatever, to blame, but also there's also the fact that again, who is almost certainly, I don't know for sure, I haven't looked at the demographics, but I'm pretty sure most of the people consuming that OnlyFans content is like 99% men. Okay, and so like
it's mostly married men, according to their own statistics.
And doesn't I don't think that makes it any better, but I think that proves my point of like, yes, if it wasn't, if these people there weren't consuming it, there's a reason why blockbusters aren't around anymore, because there's no demand for it anymore. Because like, yes, if the market's not there, it's not going to survive. And so yes, what does it say about the culture if like, yes, you have tens of thousands, millions of married men potentially consuming this type of content. Now, do I think this is like potentially a moral question, or is this morally loaded? I don't necessarily come from that angle. I just more view this as whatever healthy versus unhealthy, and psychologically healthy versus unhealthy. Like same thing with like food. Of like, yes, I'm not going to morally judge someone for like eating a Big Mac or riding a motorcycle, but I can say that it's probably not either psychologically healthy or good for your long-term health. And that is what I think I should, or the focus should be on that. And I'll just quickly address, let's say, iCow, what he brought up in terms of the data. So I'm gonna sift through the papers that you sent, iCow, which I appreciate. But I'll just say that at least based off the data that I've seen, the best analogy that I can come up with, it's like social media and trying to determine the effects of social media use on youth. Where there's a lot of variables, and like there's some evidence showing that there is harms to youth and teenagers, but I think it's not quite crystal clear. I mean, it's not to me, regardless of what Jonathan Haidt says. But there's totally, almost certainly, there is absolutely, almost certainly a subset of adolescents and youth that are negatively affected by social media. But I don't think we have quite fully teased that out, and I think the same thing is true of porn.
You guys don't realize how funny Corey's joke was.
I like Jonathan Haidt. I think I don't get the joke, but I like him.
Of course you do.
Read his research, you'll understand why. He makes a lot of assumptions.
Let's go to Aiko.
Well, so I'm glad Corey makes a comparison with social media, because I kind of want to go in that direction as well. Because when Lactoid says that, okay, yeah, capitalism may be responsible or will be the mechanism that like produces porn, it's also capitalism that critiques porn. I suppose to the extent that it's possible to sell an article that criticizes porn, it's not going to really do anything to stop it, right? Like that's really not the function of capitalism. Capitalism will reward anybody who can find an audience, and you're not going to really shrink that audience by critiquing porn. It seems the only solutions that are only starting to be presented have to do with state power. It has to do with states like Texas trying to age verify people who are online to protect children, right? Something conservatives are doing, but they're having to use state power to do it because there's not really a way to use capitalism to do that, right? Because the thing that checks capitalism, there are very few things that check it, but to some degree, the state can check capitalism at least a little bit, and that's what they're sort of trying to do. Capitalism, like, I understand that people use free speech in the context of capitalism, right? But free speech isn't really something that capitalism can use in order to regulate behavior. I don't even think the church can do that either. I think that's we're having to find a solution to this that is as elusive as regulating social media might be at some point, right? Because what social media is making us do, something similar to what with porn is making us do, is it's rewarding anything that's controversial. It doesn't matter if somebody clicks on something or engages with something you do because they agree with it or because they disagree with it. In fact, rage baiting is one of the most profitable things to do on the internet right now, and it's tearing our society apart. And I think that there's a reason why Twitter, for instance, has a lot of rage baiting and a lot of porn, because they're two very similar phenomena where things that are not necessarily good for society are rewarding the very people that are doing it. And we've got to find a solution for both.
All right, so I see your hand. I think Grid, your hand is up. And then also Gibbs. All right, I'm gonna go first, and I'm gonna address Grid at some point too. So you can address that as well. Yeah. So I think what's happening with Bonnie and Lily, right? I think that's this is like a neutral event happening within our culture, meaning like morally neutral. I don't think it says anything positive or negative. It simply is. I think it's an outgrowth of social media that it happened in the first place. Um, and maybe there's something more to critique there, or on a more general sense. But like in terms of individuals who have agreed to, get together, right, and do this particular activity, which hurts no one, yeah, then it's a morally neutral thing. I think there is a lot of armchair psychology happening, a whole bunch. We get a tiny clip where this woman, in terms of Lily, right, Lily Phillips, which she tears up, and now all of a sudden people can say, "Oh yeah, she's disassociating." That she's so deeply hurt by this thing that she is going to repeat times tens. Clearly, this woman, right, like taking all agency away from her. Clearly, yes, she was gang raped, right? This is an experience that is equivalent to gang rape, which is what Scott said previously. What horseshit is that? Actually looking at what rape is, and then comparing that to this event, completely voluntary, where the individuals on the other side of it, sought this woman out, right? To compare that to gang, and then particular way, it's like morally atrocious. That's the most morally atrocious thing that's happened here so far. But yeah, there's a lot of armchair psychology here. People are pretending like they have some sort of insight into this person's character. I get that you guys aren't for this behavior. I'm not sure, and I'm not like trying to encourage anyone to do this particular thing or discourage anyone, right? Like, I leave it up to you. If it's not hurting anyone, if it's these two individuals, then that's okay. So I'm taking a different tack from other people who are saying this is not an important or not a relevant moral question. I think it's relevant to the conversation. I just think the answer is it's neutral. I think, this is to Grid that I'm assuming you are being hyperbolic. I want to assume, Grid, that you were being hyperbolic when you said the problem of, I think it was porn in general, and maybe this was this incident specifically, but porn in general is a real problem bigger than any other. Like, what nonsense is this? Like, I hope that was hyperbolic. On the day, right, we had like another mass shooting in our country, right, like in a school, right, like from a country that is sponsoring an ongoing genocide, like as we speak, for a country that has where medical debt is the reason why, the number one reason why people go to bankruptcy, that porn would be the number one problem. Like, again, I'm just going to assume, you can correct me later, if you meant that literally, if you actually meant that was
well, I think it's the number one problem facing our youth, right?
No, actually,
you don't,
it isn't. We can go down the line
sitting in their room
at
at 12 years old watching people.
We can go. I think it'd be a problem. No, I think it's a problem. I agree with everyone here. I don't think anyone disagrees that we shouldn't let minors watch porn. We should find ways. In fact, we've discussed this on this channel many times before as to like an actual workable system to handle that. We actually came up with a system. This is years ago, but we've talked about this subject many times. Like a workable system to implement to make that happen. I think it's a possibility, and we should make strides in that realm. But even as it stands, Of course, it's not the worst thing that kids have to face. Hell no. Even in the realm of social media, even like they could stick there, right? Like a greater threat would be there is I forget the name. There's a specific name for this, but like it's kind of like a catfishing scheme where people from like these developing countries are pretending to be like attractive individuals, all right? Like if you're like they're trying to attract a young teenage boy, they'll pretend to be a young teenage girl, and then they'll hook them, and then they'll get that kid to send a nude, right? And then they'll blackmail them and try to get money out of those individuals. That's actually caused kids to like kill themselves. I would say that's a greater danger than porn in its entirety. Right, but there's so many other dangers that our children face. Of course, I wouldn't say that's number one. That'd be ridiculous.
I also don't think porn is that big as far as like children. Yeah, no, we obviously we shouldn't encourage it. Like I'm fine with the laws being where they are now, related to like who's consumed porn. But like in all honesty, like if I had like a 14-year-old or 15-year-old. Me walking in the room and figuring out like, oh, okay, they're watching porn wouldn't be like, oh god, it's time we have a crazy situation. If anything, I honestly feel like it's more dangerous for someone to turn 18, and their only like visual experience or relationship with sex is like sex ed. I'm not saying you have to actually be out there having sex, but I'm saying that like, I think it probably some natural level into like a healthy developing like young adult probably watches porn to where they're mid to late.
Let me finish.
Can I respond after this?
Well, we
you
actually
called me out directly.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry. And you'll get to respond. But we do have other people online. Write it down, and you get to respond to what I say. And
I wrote it down. It's just like you called it out. You know.
Yeah, I absolutely give you. I will absolutely
skip around.
You always get a chance to talk. It doesn't matter if I forget, Scott. You will make your presence known. Always. Anyway.
I'm cool with it. I'm just pointing out that you called me out, and we.
I did call you out, and I want everyone to know I called Scott out, and but I'll give him a chance to respond. After that, we'll go to the grid. Aiko, Scott, and then Lactoid. Was Corey and Bam. But anyway, so let me finish up
Scott
what I was.
Go ahead. I don't have to. I can go after him. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Aiko, I said you as well, but don't worry. So anyway, I hate this idea of shaming. Like, I think it's funny from the individuals who are. Well, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't go this hard. But I think
shaming is part of capitalism.
Yeah, sure, fair enough. I think oftentimes people want to pretend that they are actually accepting of these activities, and that we'll allow them to happen, but they are actually just as bad as the individuals who would use state power to keep these things from happening, right? They will heap shame upon these other individuals, right? And shame, which can be turned into violence, right? Either violence of society against that individual, or that individual hurting themselves because of the shame that's being heaped on them, right? I think that's just like a backroom way of accomplishing the exact same thing. But that's fine, whatever. And again, this I've already kind of addressed this with Grid, but Lactoid said something similar. Like, what nonsense is this? That porn is worse than drugs or like traffic accidents. Wait. Lactoid, like, what is it?
Wait.
Maybe I misunderstood what you said.
I gotta wait. So
I rose my hand first.
My hand's been raised longer than all y'all, so I don't want to hear nothing.
That was bullshit that was just said. Okay, that's not what I said.
Yeah, he said a lot of bullshit about me too.
If I misunderstood what you said, then I do apologize. And maybe I got it wrong.
Just to be clear, I was putting it in the same category
am I
of
the
vices.
only one who didn't get called out?
I was putting it in the same category of vices.
Yeah,
okay?
I won.
I'm not saying it's necessarily the worst thing. I think there are other things that are worse. I think it's within this category of vices that is generally bad. And I agree with Grid that it is bad. Do I think it's the worst thing facing children? I don't. But I do think it's bad. And just by the way, when you're saying that we're playing armchair psychologist, I mean, to be fair, we're all playing armchair, like analyzing this kind of. I mean, we're here on a panel, and I don't have to be an armchair. I don't have to be a psychologist to like if I see somebody on the bus shaking and calling himself Jesus, he might have something wrong with him. And when this girl's crying and having this disassociation and this 1,000-yard stare, she's probably a little fucked up. I don't know.
Then you could have just had low electrolytes. Come on,
and then you
it's
actually
possible.
you diagnose her. It's not just that you're pointing out. It's not just that you point out a
my chair has no arms. Look at it.
A symptom, right? Which is one thing. Hey, these are these symptoms. No, a diagnosis. She's disassociating, guys. Nonsense. Also, but no, you didn't escape Ali, right? Fuck you.
What
and
I do?
You're heaping shame on the men wwho participated. No, they're fine. They're absolutely fine, right? Like these individuals, they were offered a service. They took advantage of that service, and
they got used.
It was between these two consenting adults. There's nothing to be shamed.
They got used. They did not take advantage of anything.
They got used and they used.
They didn't get.
Don't make me agree with Lactoid. Don't make me agree with Lactoid and say that they got taken advantage of.
Come on, Ali. Agree with me. Do it.
I stuck my dick in top class.
Come to the dark side.
I feel so used. Okay, bullshit. All right, but let's
no, they got used like.
Let's go to. You guys can respond later on. Let's go to our friend Aiko.
They didn't even get paid, bro. They got used. Wait, they didn't even get paid.
So yeah, that's how all volunteer work. So let's all look at volunteer work the same way, right?
Work,
yes, they volunteered.
They're volunteer plumbers.
There was a service. Yes, exactly.
It was a mutual exchange. They enjoyed what they did.
They
volunteered, but it wasn't work.
They literally volunteered to do that.
Yeah,
also, no, they didn't enjoy what they did. A lot of them were sad. A lot of them were sad that they only got to spend 90 seconds with her, so they did not enjoy what they did.
They didn't enjoy it enough. That's what you're saying.
It's like someone
that's like 70 seconds extra. The 70 seconds too long.
Let's go to Aiko. Oh, sorry, not Aiko. Sorry, Gibbs. Sorry, Gibbs.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. First off, I want to argue with my libertarian cohort. This means more entrepreneurship to more people than ever before. People are willing to work and do something others aren't, and they're being rewarded by the market. This is the epitome of capitalism.
You said you would sell guns to a mass shooter.
Sure, that's fine. Lactoid, as stated,
and a child killer.
Monetary value directly reflects moral superiority. Thus, by his own metric, successful stars in the industry should be praised. All right, that's Lactoid. Now, let's move on. We can argue about a lot of things, but I want to change the convo here a little bit and talk about the real evil here that we're not talking about. And the real evil here is the leftists. Now, when I say the leftists, I mean whatever special snowflake group y'all want to subdivide into. A major reason people are turning to OnlyFans and other similar platforms is because the left has utterly crashed the economy, forcing people to look for other opportunities. Bidenomics is just the gig economy. This is just a gig. Technology has enabled more people to make more money than ever before. This is not some kind of great moral quandary like my libertarian associates here are trying to make it. Prostitution is the world's oldest profession. And so now we actually have someone we can blame for this, and it's Biden and all you lefties that have destroyed the economy with overregulation and now have forced hardworking single mothers into OnlyFans because y'all hate making money. It's really y'all's fault. Now
let's go. Do you have a direct response to him, Aiko?
Yes, I do.
Biden. Okay.
I just want to point out, just for future panels, that this is a Gibbs prediction, right? So Trump swears in next month. What he's saying is that in the next couple of years, as the economy goes up, because of Trump's masterful handling of the economy, porn numbers are going to plummet.
I did not say that. Hold on. Now that the market's already there, hopefully he cultivates the market like a smart,
Project 2025 is going to ban porn, by the way. So.
Well, but, and we'll see.
4 years, no porn.
Well, hey, either way, I win on this one.
Soy Adolf, thank you for 300 bits. He said banning porn gives more social power to traditional women and gay men. Red Pill has played you for fools. Join Team Gooner. Thank you, Soy Adolf, for the 300 bits. It's really kind of you. Let's go to Scott. I think Grid said you want to go after Scott, right? And then we'll go to Lactoid and Corey.
Let Scott go ahead of me,
and then me last.
And then Bam want to go, right? And then our friend, Harley.
Yeah, so a couple of things. First of all, the idea that you would, I think you were insinuating this concept that I'm armchair psychologist. Actually,
That was mostly
trained in
aimed
counseling.
at.
I didn't give any diagnosis.
That was more aimed to lactoid. Sorry, that was more aimed to lactoid.
Well, regardless, I did bring up the disassociation as a trauma.
Oh, you did. Never mind. That was aimed to you then.
And I did, right? And I did bring it up. Now, again, I'm not diagnosing anyone here. I want to make the record clear that I did not make a diagnosis of anything at all. I said that this is a common trauma response, and that's what it appears to be, number one. Number two, that's not a diagnosis. That's a symptom. I never gave any diagnosis or even hinted at one, right? I never said this is BPD or that, this is PTSD or that this is, acute syndrome or any of these things. I simply said that this is a trauma response that is common amongst people that are survivors of rape, especially. Now, when you say that it's ridiculous and that it's evil and that it's wrong that I compare this thing to gang rape, that is absolutely completely unfair that I be able to do that. Number one, comparing two things does not mean that they're the same thing. I would not claim that Lily Phillips was gang raped because of this situation. I will say, however, that there are similarities in the trauma that is common amongst these two things that we can see. Number one, multiple sex partners, a massive amount of sexual partners to the point where she can't differentiate between one and the other is something that you see that is similar with gang rape. Not only that, it has the same thing in the literature when we talk about the ability to pair bond and the ability to be able to move on from those sexual experiences. Obviously, gang rape is worse in that regard. I brought up the disassociation and knowing it. There's other videos as well beyond the one that was talked about how she was physically hurt, how her body felt bad, about how she was bitten without her consent on her lip and had to warn people that biting was not herpes or anything, but that someone got a little too rough with her. Now that wasn't part of a consensual thing, but it's something that she assumed was par for the course because of what was going on, and she was in it, and she again disassociated any level of non-consent with that practice. Now, the idea that saying that libertarianism is somehow just as bad as utilizing state power to stop it because the downstream effects of shame could come to suicide or could lead this person to feel ostracized is absolutely and utterly insane of a thing to say. That the locking someone up in jail and making something illegal, and then the downstream effects of that are things like sex trafficking, things like the black market that will be created by making things illegal, and on top of that, the fact that you actually use violence and put people in jail and ruin their lives and make it difficult for them to have employment. These are wildly different things. As well, libertarianism, as Hoppe says, and as I will say again, is inherently right-wing and discriminatory. Yes, if you are a full-blown ANCAP and you are a full-blown libertarian, you will recognize that you do need to utilize things such as voluntary contracts to keep the people that you don't want in your fucking community or that you don't want to do business with out of your community and stop doing business with them. And lastly, to many of the people that are claiming that are having this conversation about how this is capitalism's fault, and that I would like to reiterate and add context to what Lactoid was saying about capitalism also offers the ability for critique. Cal Rich, you talked about the critique and the concept of, writing an article and how that article isn't going to have the same effect as the porn, and the idea that men have these lustful desires and that one effect is stronger than the other. I agree with you. That is true in terms of an article, but I think maybe you're downplaying it because we can see a massive cultural shift that has occurred in the last year or two. There's a lot of ortho bros coming out of the woodwork. There's a lot of Gen Z young men that are changing their opinions because of the mass degeneracy in society. And secondly, there's more that capitalism can do than just write articles. You can go right now and you can Google Bark app, and what you can do right now for $39 a month, or the better plan is $49 a month, you can get a free phone for your child. It's free. It's not really free because it's included in the subscription. But if you buy a contract for your child, you can get a specific phone where you can approve and deny contacts, where you can stop all texts from being deleted on the phone, where you can put in a driving mode, where you can disable the camera so that they don't send nude selfies or receive certain images. You can pause the device at any moment if there's a reason that you need to pause the device while still being able to contact emergency contacts. You can shut off the ability for voicemail voicemail so that phishing attempts and scams and so that creeps don't send voicemails to your children. And for the $49 a month one, you can actually get screen recordings whenever you so choose to look in exactly on what your child is doing on the phone. You can approve which apps you can and can't use on the phone. And you can also set up screen time locks and other aspects. So yes, capitalism does give us porn because that's what people value. And at the same time, if you are a parent and you value safety and security and making sure that your children aren't going on to porn, capitalism offers you that solution too. Capitalism is amoral in this aspect. What we are talking about is a cultural problem. And when the culture is rotten with degeneracy, capitalism provides the solutions for the very things that we want. And we are talking about a moral issue where we have to have cultural enforcement, which includes shame, but also includes the things that we value and putting those values forward so that capitalism offers us those same things as we value, such as Bark, as I stated, where you can have all of the parental controls and you don't need state power and violence.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I was called out by a whole bunch of shit. So there, I'm done.
Dissociation is a disorder, and you were diagnosed.
No, dissociative disorder is not the same thing as disassociation. Trust me.
Yes, but
very well read on
yes, you can diagnose the trauma itself, the response, and the disorder. So
I specifically said a trauma response.
Yes, I know.
Specifically said
what did I just said? Because you didn't listen to the words I just said. It's a trauma response, yes, and you can diagnose both the trauma response and the disorder. You absolutely can do that. I've
literally gone to grad school for this, my friend. I never claimed to give her a disorder. I said that it is a response. I didn't say you did. Hold on. You literally didn't listen. I said just now the disorder. Yes, there's a disorder. That's a category, but then there's a trauma response. Understood. Two different things. I'm saying you can diagnose. You accuse me of giving diagnoses, and you accuse me of armchair psychology. I've actually studied this shit. I didn't do that.
Up your ass, but that's okay.
I didn't fucking do that. You absolutely did. Don't try and lie about it now. You absolutely accused me of armchair psychology.
You're not listening to a word that I'm saying, but it's okay.
Yes, because you're moving the goalposts now. That
I am not moving the goalposts whatsoever. But Aiko, you have a quick. Do you have a direct response?
I did not do that.
I will not take it back. Because that's absolutely right.
It's illegal for me to do that.
And you actually, I'm doing it right now. But
it's literally illegal for me to do that. I can get in actual trouble for that.
Shut up, because Aiko, do you have a direct response to
Yeah, So I just want to respond to the capitalism sort of defense that Scott gave. I do agree that apps like that can be part of the solution. I don't think that solution matches the problem. I think that's one of the issues that I have with that, because you still need, you can't force every parent in America to use that app, or you could, but you would have to do it with state power or with maybe an overwhelming social pressure to do so, which I don't think we're going to get to the point where that happens. I think you would have to have some methodology for that. And listen, Scott, I know you're a professional, and I know that you're trained in this stuff. So I can only assume that if you see a parent that's doing something that's unhealthy for a child to the point of it affecting them in a major way, which we would all call abuse, you would do something to stop it. That was not necessarily something that's voluntary for the parent, right? You would,
legally speaking, like I would be a mandated reporter in that situation.
There you go. So you would have to use state power in that instance. And I understand that professionally that there are times when state power really is the only option, or at least is the best option. And all I'm saying
it's the only option because they have a monopoly on power and violence, right? So if I need someone to use violence to stop abuse, I can't use a private security firm, right? The state is the only arbiter in America for that avenue. So yes, I would utilize state power in that evidence because they've already stolen the right of people to being able to utilize utilize power to step in for victims in that regard.
Yeah, right? It's sure. And we live in our current society, so we're gonna have to talk about it in terms of the current society. But I agree. I'm not sure I agree with you that corporations should have that power of.
Hey, pause for a quick second. Brian Tyler Cohen, thank you for the raid, the second raid. Hey. I'm not sure if you're still here, but thank you for raiding last week. I have a 100-person raid this time, and a 100-person last time as well. Thank you for the very kind raid. You followed the channel last week. Again, I'm not sure if you're still here, But it's really, really kind of you. Hopefully, I can. Oh, Brian Tyler. Oh, yeah, you are here. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, Brian, I sent you a message on Twitch last week as a thank you. But if you're ever looking to work together with a small creator like myself, I would love to be able to do that. I'm not sure the best way to contact you, whether on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord. But if that's something you might be interested in the future, I would really love to be able to do that. But thank you for the very kind raid. And if you're here from his stream, please be so kind as to follow the channel. We are talking about the OnlyFans situations with Bonnie Blue, the one who was having sex with a bunch of 18-year-old boys in Australia, and Lily Phillips, who had sex with 100 men, and has promised to have sex with 1,000. So we'll see. Appreciate. We'll respond to your DM. Okay, thank you, BTC. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's really, really kind of you. We'll talk to you hopefully soon. But yeah, so hit the follow button. And I'm also on YouTube, Exponential Socials. So if you prefer watching on YouTube, you can also do that as well. I should get rid of the TikTok thing. My TikTok account was actually banned. I put 2 videos on, and then they immediately banned.
I was there for 4 hours.
Yeah, and it was gone. So I should actually edit that out. But
isn't TikTok about to be banned anyways?
Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter.
In theory, they're banned in January. Yeah.
Yeah. But thank you for the kind raiders. Please stick around. Yeah. Again, we're talking about the OnlyFans situation, whether this is a symptom of a larger problem of our society. Like the fact that these 2 creators did this thing, right? Who have become famous for these stunts. Or maybe it's morally neutral or whatever, right? So that's what we're talking about right now. Please stick around, hit the follow button. I haven't done so yet. Okay. So I'm sorry for interrupting Aiko and
yeah, that's good. The last thing I was going to say on that, I think I got most of what I wanted out there, but I'll just say that things like the ARC app are able to protect individuals, and that's why I think it's good. I'm not sure that they'll be used to the extent that it would take to protect society at large. That's it.
May I respond to that quickly?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with anything that you said in terms of the descriptive is, right? My qualm is with using state power to regulate things. I agree that you might have you might have a larger number of children stopped from viewing porn if you utilize state power. My issue with this is with all state power is the unintended consequences, right? So you can do the BARC app and we can essentially guarantee limited or almost no deleterious effects of that because the individual parent is choosing to protect the individual child and is actively involved in the situation, and we ought to increase social pressure to have this be more common. But when you utilize state power, you don't know what the downstream effects of that are. And as I stated before, some of those things are going to be an increase in child sex trafficking, an increase of child pornography, new ways for abusers to find new avenues. So that are harder for parents to actually keep track of. Right. And so the balance here is not so much about which one has a larger immediate effect, but more about the overall arcing understanding that when state power is used, but the culture still has a want, a desire, so has a demand for something, that demand doesn't disappear just because the state gets involved. Some of it does, right? Because, their values change, but some of that demand doesn't go away. And all you've done is created a new form of prohibition. And I don't want to see the horrors of a new prohibition and what that might entail.
Yeah, no, well, listen, I agree that there are unintended consequences, right? But I think this is where you and I agree on a more fundamental level, disagree on a more fundamental level, is that I think that just means we need to do a better consequential analysis, whereas you just did a consequential analysis, but by and large, you don't really want to do them because you want to do things on the basis of values instead. But I think that if we're starting to now step into a world where there's unintended consequences that we want to avoid, I think we then have to look at consequences. And that list of studies that I gave to Corey, starts to outline some of those. And I just don't.
That's not. That's not true. I have no issue with consequentialism. I mean, my primary philosophy is objectivism.
Who was next in
so far as those consequences are not logically unjustifiable, which would be the violations of the non-aggression principle. Again, the descriptive is of the non-aggression principle and backing of that says nothing to do about what we ought to do. And when we go into the domain of what we ought to do, consequences, just like deontological, moral frameworks, are both valid frameworks that I can't prove to be logically unjustifiable. And thus, I have no issue with utilizing consequences in that. It's when you say that you can violate the NAP that I start getting into like, hey, I start doing an internal critique of your system of valuing consequences above those principles and saying, look, like here's some of those potential downstream consequences.
Let's go.
I'll just ask real quick: is stopping children from accessing porn using state power, is that aggression?
Well, it depends on what you mean by stopping it. Right?
Doing what Texas does, requiring an ID, proof of age.
I think proof of age is doing that. However, on the inverse of that, which is being able to prosecute them for not, for negligence, utilizing state power wouldn't be, right? So forcing the company to use a specific method of proof of age would be a violation of the NAP, but the downstream, you could achieve the same thing without violating the NAP by simply charging them with a crime, right? Which is giving access to children without proof of age. So I mean, it's kind of you could essentially do the same thing, but you'd have to do it via legal process afterwards from an actual victim.
We gotta move forward. But for everyone else, because people new here aren't going to know what the hell you guys were talking about. When they say the NAP, we're talking about the non-aggression principle. Our friend Scott here, I'm not sure if he's the first one on other people's screens, but Scott, that one, right? Yeah, Scott, he is a anarcho-capitalist, and that's a big important thing for them, the non-aggression principle.
He's a fan of naps.
And they like naps. They're big into naps as well.
Naps are good. Naps are good. You should take naps. All right.
Let's go. Let's go to our friend Grid, and then Lactoid, Corey, Bam, and Ali.
All right, great. Thanks, appreciate that. Wow, that was interesting. I liked it. But it really doesn't give a. I mean, we can talk about these two specific cases, right? Which I think is good. When we talk about it overall, my biggest concern, which is actually I think what you heard me say, is my biggest concern in this is the children, not that porn is the biggest problem facing children. But I will say that it is a large one. And I think that it is a root of many other problems that young people end up facing, right? Because they have unreasonable expectations to live up to or out of society, and it puts a very weird slant into their brain at a very young age as to what reality is and isn't, and there are problems with that, and I leave it to people better than me to define those problems, but I can at least acknowledge there are problems with it. As far as this idea of restriction and banning and all of that, I still cannot come up with as much as I just hate the idea of banning things. So to me, that's a really bad road to go down at any moment in time, ever. And we should never do it unless there's a way that we can do it cleanly, and there is no way to do it cleanly in this regard. So therefore, the best we can do is, the same old education, control access to some degree. And I think that's one of the reasons why OF became so popular so fast, is because a lot of people really didn't associate it with pornography to start. And therefore, it grew very, very fast and became nothing but really. Remember, originally it was go there to learn how to cook. Take a lesson in psychology.
You can still do that.
It was originally OnlyFans was supposed to be a PayPal alternative.
Right, yeah. And so yeah, you can still go there to learn how to cook, but how many people really do.
They're trying to push away from it, but it just won't work.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
But I do think that OF is having issues because, again, only the top 1% actually make any real money. Everybody else is barely making anything.
Hold on. I'm not sure. The average is like 185 a month. That's the average.
So okay, hold on.
$185 a month.
Hold on. There's a problem when you start doing that statistic, right? All right. So sure, there's had like for the top 16,000 making like 50,000 or something a month or 50,000 a year, and then you have a few like top like 300 that are millionaires a month or whatever. Now here's what you're not getting. This is kind of why I like meaningly brought up the left earlier in the gig economy is because most people are doing this like a gig. They go have their regular job. They throw it out, they go home, they maybe do an OnlyFans set, they post their set, and like people pay their $5 and they get to see I don't know hold on, but you're arguing that they're only making like 186, right? Sure, but that's like on Twitch, right? Let's go use Twitch. You know, in Twitch, only like 8% of people are affiliated, and of those, like 0.001% are
Actually,
partnered.
I don't know that. I don't pay any attention to Twitch, but
okay, well, sure. Okay, same kind of concept.
Well,
it's like it's like you have this wide discrepancy where it's like, one person gets on there one time on OnlyFans, posts one set, never makes any money, and that's going to bring your average way down.
Point,
how does it? I mean, I don't know. If you can't follow the facts, you made a little homie earlier. You just don't understand what I'm saying.
There's a slight differentiation between your point is because if you just look at the stats.
Yeah, the stats aren't the whole story here.
Yeah, if you just look at the stats, you assume everyone's putting in the same amount of effort on the website.
No, I didn't assume any of that. I simply said that there are people that get into this thinking they're going to make 6 figures a month, and then they find out they don't. And that leads to other directions, which is real pornography. Like in a studio with like a bunch of
you're not
there's a significant amount of people who do make a living off of OnlyFans and like sex work.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's not because like every girl who gets on there is like has an understanding of doing that. But I even know women who have found success on it, and it does seem to be like. Don't get me wrong, there's some things that are out of your control. Like you have to be somewhat attractive, obviously, but it does seem to be honestly one of the more almost like a meritocracy. There are women who have like a number of uploads. They do like heavy on responses to the people. There
are also girls that get money paid off the app. They meet these people and they get paid off the app. It's not all through the app.
Yeah, but but I was just pointing to like the idea of like there's the women who are putting in, I don't know, quote unquote, 40 hours a week. Like they are having actually a lot of success. The reality is most girls that go on there and post like a picture of in their bathing suit, they're not actually expecting to make $100,000 off. Like they don't have that expectation off of it.
And like the inverse of what he said was true as well. Like when he goes, "Oh, it's these people are going to go into porn because they're doing less well." It's more the opposite. The people that do well are going to go into the porn. They're going to go to the industry events. They're going to keep going. It's just like with streaming. If you start doing better at streaming, you're more likely to go to the industry events as opposed to, "Oh, I'm a 3-viewer Andy and I'm never going to go to any event." Like why? Like that's like you're just going to make like
100%,
and that's all you got.
So I see your hand. We'll get to you later. But I agree with you.
This will be fast. One sentence.
Go ahead. The one sentence.
Okay. You can avoid the problem that Gibbs pointed out about averages being skewed because of the people at the top, the people at the bottom, by just looking at the median, and the median income is $500 a month.
Yeah, and so this goes to what I was going to say before. I agree with everything that
it's
Ben
a lot
said.
for a lot of people, man.
That's a lot. That's a
lot for a lot of people.
Yeah,
that's like an Xbox Series X.
Yeah.
I mean, that's honestly a third of people's rent. That's a big deal, man.
That's exactly that, right? Because for so many people who use this, right, like sex work in general, right, not just OnlyFans, sex work in general is a path for people who are disabled or people who have who are in some way locked out of the regular workforce, the rest of the workforce. This is the path that they use, right? There's communities where they talk to each other. And it's like, this is how I pay my bills, or this is my rent money, right? Like I need this extra thing.
Can I bridge this?
And I don't think that most people, individuals actually, because this is the narrative that we see people talk about, like, oh yeah, most of these girls are stupid, and they think, well, yes, I will be a millionaire, right? Like, I just show my boobs and it equal a millionaire. But I don't think that's the actual case. There's some cohort of individuals, of course, obviously there's some cohort of individuals who do that. But like like that's just like a way that ends up like demonizing the whole industry, but when it's like unnecessary. I think we should always, of course, like make it clear to people like what the reality is of anything they're going to get involved in. Absolutely. We should publish those stats, right? People should have a clear idea of it, but like I don't think it's people are as foolish as many try to put it out there. Let me
bridge the gap here very quickly.
Very quickly, please, quickly, because we got to go.
I mentioned this earlier, right? This is the connection of social media plus the concept of OnlyFans, right? Grid is absolutely right, and it's true on the opposite end too, with like red pillars, right? There's an availability bias, right? You don't hear about the masses of girls that go on and don't do well, but instead you do hear about like that girl that made $43 million in 1 year on OnlyFans. And it's not to say that the girls are stupid, so much as to say that the human brain is not designed around social media. The human brain is designed to see things in their environment and then generalize it to their life. And so when we see certain individuals gain a lot of attention, we tend to overvalue those individuals as part of the whole and generalize them over to the whole. So it's absolutely true that there are going to be plenty of girls that think they're going to do a lot better than realistically they're going to do because of that. And it's also true of like red pillars and men that they're going to see like all these girls and be like, look at all these whores on OnlyFans, when like it's a very small subset of the population.
Fair. But there's also Lactoid, do you have anything unique you want to jump in here? Because you already talked before.
I mean, I got a few things just to clarify.
Okay.
But I mean, if Bam wants to jump, if Bam wants to respond to that, all right. Okay. So I mean, the 500 a month as a median is pretty crazy. I didn't actually know that it was that high. I think that kind of echo Corey a little bit. That's a negative reflection on our culture as a whole. And then going back to talking about shame, or I guess how capitalism can help affect this through shame. You know, I wasn't necessarily just talking about new technology, in terms of Bark app or whatever. I was quite literally referring to social stigma, right? And shaming people who are engaging in activity that you don't like. I think that, state power is really reserved for instances where somebody's violating other people's consent or hurting somebody who can't consent. But for people who are engaging in consensual action with another person, I don't really feel comfortable using state power to stop them. But if they're doing something dumb, or they're doing something risky to themselves, or something that I think is going to lead to bad outcomes, or leads to some kind of degeneration for society, I think shame is the best way to address that, because shame is really the only way within a free society to discourage people's actions in a way that doesn't infringe upon their rights, because they have rights too. They can do what they want, but we also 100%. Don't want them to do the shit that leads to bad outcomes, aka shit like pornography or OnlyFans, stuff like that.
Do we even agree that it's always a bad outcome? Like, because I feel like y'all all saying this is like
overall, I think it's a bad.
It's a bad outcome. All this thing. And I'm
for like the average. For like the average, well, I would prescribe it to the average individual.
Hold on, because when I look at history, some of the most hedonistic societies are some of the most successful. So that would, to me, they all fell. Yeah, I mean, after thousands of years,
Yeah,
cool. Yeah. If, that's a terrible argument.
Hold on. Now back that bus up to the pretentious turnpike, bro.
Yeah,
the United States is the longest running continuous.
I take it back. Tennessee is the South.
It is. I told you.
I mean, we're not even like 500 years in. I don't
yeah, we're like less than we're like 200 years. That's what I'm arguing. But I can look at Rome is like one of the most hedonistic empires ever to exist. We can look at all sorts of. Which one do you want me to pick?
Rome
like
fell.
the Viking? Yeah, after 2,000 years or plus, bro.
In 2,000 years, it fell in like.
The Eastern Empire, Eastern Roman Empire, felt like it ended
the United States has maintained
30 years
modern constitution for longer.
I want to honestly, intellectually answer your question, Gibbs. Right? So you ask, can we prove that it's all? Yeah. Right? You because I have the right answers. It's chill.
No, but so, we just want to let this male speak, though.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
So Gibbs, you asked, is it always wrong, right? And
I don't think it's always wrong. I think it's
wise.
It's not right. And he's went 3 times since he made the first few.
Yeah, it's cool, Bam. I know. Just have better arguments, and you'll get more.
Okay, hold on.
I know you're just spurting.
I guess my argument is all these other empires have existed. We can look at the Vikings. We can look at the Romans.
Does anybody else have a genuine answer?
One second. Hold on. You can save your genuine answer.
Yeah, the Vikings, the best moral society to base our society off of.
They were successful. They discovered all sorts of shit.
Your answer.
Yeah, they did more than just discover shit.
You can have I know you're just trying. I know you're just trying to like hand us down the correct answer from on high, and we appreciate you, Scott. We love you, Scott. Right?
Well, if anybody has an actual fucking answer instead of just like more
buzzwords, but you gotta let them slide.
Bam. Go ahead.
Okay. So when I think when we talk about these ideas of dealing, I guess going based off of like Toyd's saying, the things about like shaming and discouraging in society. I don't think you can. I think there's things that we can discourage or say we don't recommend that have nothing to do with necessarily morality. Like I would discourage people who decided that they wanted to like take out a big loan from the bank, drop out of school, and go invest it in Bitcoin.
Yes,
not because I think that investing is is morally wrong. But I just think okay, just statistically based on the numbers, you're probably not going to lead to a best outcome for you.
Is that discourage or shame?
I would shame the fuck out of anybody who did that.
Well, I'm ignoring you, but bam.
And then what happened when they did it in 2015?
Would you shame a person who
I would
just because you get lucky doesn't make it a good decision.
Well,
that was a terrible decision.
Hold on, that by your own metric, Factoid, if you're rich from Bitcoin because of that, they're morally superior.
That was one meme. I made a meme one time, and you're holding it against me.
I'm gonna get
we will for all time. But anyway, let's go. Bam.
Okay.
Yeah, you mean shame? You would shame a person?
I think so. Well, okay, let me say this. I know I would shame people who advocate for it. Shame people who try to tell other people to do it. I find that behavior to be shameful. So I don't know. I don't know if it feels weirder calling shame for people who are susceptible to it, to go on to do a thing. And it's not because it's a scam, because no, it's not a scam. There literally are going to be some people who find success from it. But we have to look at outcomes overall and what what's good for society.
What if it was a scam, Bam? What if it was a scam? Let's say that you let's say a good friend of yours was hey, there's a new opportunity has been presented to me. It's called Amway. It allows you to become an independent business owner, and you can sell products from your house. It's not a pyramid scheme, man. It's actually a legitimate multi-level marketing company. Most of the money's made from marketing products, blah blah. And then this guy's going off. Are you telling me you're just going to sit there and just say nothing? No, I'm clowning on this guy partially because I want other people around this guy to not join what he's joining because it's bad for them. Mm-hmm. But also, I care for this guy. And I want him to feel bad about being part of this, so maybe he leaves and maybe gets a real job.
I would super shame, but if that's an actual scam, because I got hit by one of those scams. I got hit by Wake Up Now, if y'all remember. That was 2012, 2011, one of those.
Don't you wish someone was there to shame you out of it?
Well, yeah, but that was a legitimate scam.
Okay.
I'm saying that if I would have, I remember I started. I got a Robinhood in 2012. And started investing in Square because I remember Cash App. I thought Cash App was the coolest thing in the world, and I was like, wow, this is kind of neat. Maybe I should put a bunch of money into this. And some people told me no, don't put a bunch of money into this. And if I would have, that would have went I would have made a lot of money. It's not it's the best stock in the world, but I would have double, triple, quadrupled my money since then. But
Still, but hold on. But you would agree that
it was a legitimate thing. But I understand why people told me not to because
exactly. Right. Let's say your friend comes to you and is like, I'm gonna take my entire life saving. Let's say it's $100,000. I'm gonna go to the casino. I'm gonna put it all on black. You should be shaming this guy so hard to not do it. And then let's say he does it and he wins. Oh, see, Bam, you were wrong. but you weren't wrong because like the statistical probability of him winning. No. He just got absurdly lucky because what very well could have happened, what higher percentage likely could have happened,
my granddaddy
is that
told
he
me this,
loses everything.
Hold on, actually, this is part of capitalism. My granddad had told me one time, it's better to be lucky than good, and that's all I'm saying.
No, I think the thing in that behavior is worth shaming is like they're like because I have people who find me to be pessimistic. I consider myself to be realistic, a realist, just because I like whenever I go through situations like I'm like okay, I want to know what the reasonable outcome is, but I also want to like actually think through what a possible like really am I willing to deal with the worst outcome?
What are the risks?
Yeah, what are the risks? And there are people who legitimately like don't like to talk to risks because they feel like, man, you're down in the vibe. Like, why can't you just think more positive?
This is every client. This is every client I've ever had. I had to explain risks to them, and they just don't like. They don't like to hear that. They don't like to talk about that.
Kind of like motorcycle driving.
Yeah, again, the rewards with motorcycles, the rewards dramatically outweigh the risk. It's not even close.
They're just like they're deaf.
Great.
Yeah.
You can leave a child behind to have to live.
So Gibbs, when you talk about is this thing always wrong, right? The answer is that it can't always be wrong unless the thing itself is inherently wrong. And the only way that we can prove that something is inherently wrong is if it's logically unjustifiable. We can prove that, right? We can prove that violations of the non-aggression principle are inherently wrong because they're conflict-inducing. Prostitution and being a whore, being a slattern is not that, right? There are going to be some people, whether it be 1%, whether it be 0.1%, whether it be 10%, right? Where in the personal evaluation of their lives, where, what is of rational self-interest is actually going to be a net positive for them. Bam brought up this, a certain cohort of girls where he's like, why are you in college? You're so gorgeous that like you could just go to an NBA game and like marry an athlete, right? This is an outlier. Right? So in general, right, it would not be good for girls to like avoid ever going to college if they have a specific career track. Obviously don't just like waste money there, but like if you have a specific career track, that is generally going to be better. So the question then becomes, well, what is the value of social pressure? And the value of social pressure as opposed to state power is that it creates a barrier to entry. Right? If you are one in a million girl, right, where you are insanely gorgeous and your talents are looking good on photos and looking good on camera, right? You may be one in a million where this is still going to be better for you and your life and your own rational self-interest to engage in this behavior. But so when we say something, we say, well, generally it's a bad idea. So we put social pressure on it because we want there to be a high barrier to entry where most people don't get involved in this. And it's kind of the same thing with what they're talking about slightly with gambling. But the difference with gambling is pure chance. And in this, there's a whole bunch of different variables. So you're right. This is why we shouldn't use state power to stop something like this, because maybe just maybe there is a gorgeous girl who is very, very mentally resilient, right? Which is something that's difficult to test, but she may be that person. And maybe what she does is she goes out to sad, lonely, like incels or like, disabled people or something, right? And gives them some happiness. And in exchange for that, everybody is actually better off. But when we as a society don't create a barrier to entry, what we have is a fucking horde of whores that are trying to get fucking famous off of this. And we have all of these deleterious effects in
that's
society.
That's not what it is, Scott.
Hold
on. Let me respond.
The Legion of Slatterns.
Hold on. It's not the Legion of Whores. It's the Legion of fucking baby back pussy bitches. That's what it is. And it's not the women. It's all these men that are sitting here. No. It's all these men that are limp dicks. They didn't fucking. They got participation trophies growing up. They didn't learn how to be men. It's not these women's fault because they're skilled enough to take advantage of the market. It's an objectable reality, right? We can observe these people that didn't have access to capitalism before are reaping the rewards. and they're taking advantage
but
of
they're
a
not.
group that should be.
They're not. But they're not.
They're reaping the souls of innocent men.
In fact, it's a net good that they're doing this because all these scrubs,
it's not.
all these scrubs are losers, and I'm tired of saying that anything else. They're fucking losers. They don't contribute to society, and if their best contribution is giving some hoochie mama a fucking bunch of money, then guess what? Good for that hoochie mama because her and her family are the money. Her friends got the money. She's got the money. Her kids got it, and they're gonna spend that money better than these dumbasses that were spending
that money.
Quick question. If I gave you a choice, right, between being a severe schizophrenic, where you need to be institutionalized because you cannot like fathomably exist in society, and said, but if you take that disease, I'm going to inflict you with this disease, but I'll give you $10 million. What is more valuable to you in that moment? Would you be a severe paranoid schizophrenic and get locked up in a mental institution for life for $10 million?
Well, I'll tell you this. It's going to depend on how many personalities we got. We can negotiate if we get 10 million per personality.
No. The point is that you're incapable of functioning in society. Right, you will be institutionalized, and
we don't know.
Stuck in a cage.
Are you assuming that's what's happening to these women? I think at best
that's not even a fair one-on-one analogy.
Sure, but I feel like at best we don't know. At best we don't know how these outcomes are going. Like people have already made up in their mind.
How is this a one-to-one equation?
Women's lives are going to be ruined.
It's my logic isn't ruined because
I'm not talking about your logic. I'm talking about the OnlyFans women. We're saying they're like, they're like doing this and they've like ruined their lives. Maybe they make $8,000. Like
maybe that's $8,000. Maybe
and then they go on and get a regular job and have kids.
This is a fucking thought experiment. This is a thought experiment, right? For you to at least admit to one principle. Right, that there's some level of psychological trauma, right, that is not worth a certain amount of money. Would you agree?
Yeah, cool. Yeah,
with this is you're saying there is psychological trauma. Some of these people might just fucking enjoy it, bro. Like, what are you gonna do when you got some nasty fucker?
You're not actually engaging with the logic here. The logic is this: if we accept that there is some level of psychological trauma that is not worth some level of money, okay?
Yeah.
Would you do it for $10? Would you do it for $10?
No, I wouldn't do it for $10.
Okay, so
I'm sure there's a number we can come to that I would do it for. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine to accept, right? Because not everybody is going to make whatever their number is that makes the psychological trauma worth it. Now, again, we can't quantify as of yet.
Yeah, it's all worth. The market determines that. That's the whole point of capitalism.
Like some people feel like, wow, this job isn't worth the trauma it causes. Yeah, but that's not new. We're not bringing anything new to society.
Right, but
there's an acknowledgement of the trauma.
Right, but if you acknowledge that there is a certain level of trauma, and that this is a long-term thing, and that the money that you gain is a short-term thing, then
I don't know that there is. I don't need to acknowledge that there is some trauma. That's the problem, Scott. You're making a presumption. Like, I would even argue some of these people might just fucking like it. Like, they're just about yours.
Sure. He acknowledges that.
Yeah,
sure.
And so what I'm saying is, I've already said that.
I understand that, but I'm saying
logic.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, at best we don't know. That's what takes it back to like. At best we don't know. Like, in 10 years, 99% of women could be like fine with their experience.
But the point is, it's true for any percentage.
If are you acknowledge? So you're. Okay, so I would believe that you are absolutely an outlier in terms of the evidence of acknowledging that there is that we don't know that there isn't any trauma, that there isn't any issues, right? Like, we can look at pair bonding, we can look at yes, it is difficult when you do social research, when you do psychological research, to be able to isolate variables. It's not like being in a laboratory environment where like you can tell exactly what water boils at, or you can tell like what happens when you mix two chemicals, because it's obviously an always repeatable process. There's a ton of variables, so we don't know to what degree it's traumatic, and it is highly unlikely, given what we know, that there is no negative side effects from regularly posting your
what
body.
What you're not recognizing is that just because it's negative one regard, right, doesn't mean it can't be a positive in another. And so these two, like, I'm not going to sit here and go, I'm not going to sit here and go, be willing to accept, it's always a net negative in these scenarios, or like in any, whenever there's
it's always a net negative.
Yeah.
I said that social shame works as a barrier to entry. So the more social shame that you have, the less likely you have that an individual chooses to gain in this profession. So you can have a maximum amount of barrier to entry, right? Where an incredibly infinitesimally small amount of people will still go into this and accept the social stigma. You can have
But aren't you creating the trauma that you're seeking to avoid?
You're
like the level of shame, like people do this for whores who should die. They should die in their whores.
That's if they didn't have that.
Every day, you would probably create a really high barrier, but like you would probably also be creating a lot of trauma.
Yeah, exactly. So much of this.
If you're engaged in aggression, you're absolutely doing that.
I love.
Well, that
is
shame. Shame is not aggression.
I love that point because that is in itself like
no, of course not.
Like most of the trauma. If there is trauma,
it's a threat.
If there is trauma, right, then most of it is from social shame. It's from people saying that they're worthless, calling them all sorts of names or whatever, right? Of their families rejecting them. Like that's social shame. Is the issue. So you're saying like, well, this thing has these negative repercussions, right? But the negative repercussions are the ones that you are imposing on it. So
there's probably some outside.
I think we hear this. I think we hear this argument often, and the left, I think, very massively overvalues the potential trauma from social shame. We hear this all the time with trans issues, for example, where they say that the reason trans people have a difficult time and the reason their suicidality is so high is because of social shame and because of the issues that are downstream of that. And yet trans people have a higher suicide rate than Jews in internment camps under Nazi occupation. Like, so obviously the social stigmatization of being trans is not as high as being a Jew in Nazi Germany, right? Like,
so hold on. Yeah. Okay. Well, whatever. But
I don't disagree that shame can make people feel bad and then lead to negative effects.
Well, let me narrow it down a bit more. Right. So we have like the negative outcomes that there's a bucket, right, of negative outcomes that come from sex work in general. Right. This is a non-in-person. Right. This isn't in-person sex work, so we can like remove STDs from it. Well, maybe not. I don't know. I guess you can still get it from another actor, but like
101 men, Prime. You cannot remove STDs from this equation.
But they all tested.
They were all screened.
There are STDs that you cannot test for, like HPV in men.
Yeah, but hold on, but that can happen for
the HPV vaccine, I guess,
and that can happen for regular sexual contact as well. In fact, you're more likely to get.
We should discourage promiscuity generally. Yeah.
No, hold on. Okay, see, that's another thing, but whatever. But I get that. I'm going to push that aside.
I'm listening.
But you're going to hold on. Stop talking. You're more likely to get an STD. Like through regular sex, right? Through civilians, because civilians don't test themselves, right? Most people aren't testing themselves in the way that porn stars are. Porn stars like generally have to test themselves every 2 weeks if they're actively working. And then the people that, like in this case, right, they're bringing outside individuals in, they require them to test, right? In other cases, people just don't test. So let's put that out there. So anyway,
I don't think that's statistically not true, though. What you just said.
I think no. Actually,
my understanding is
I'm positive that it is actually.
Sex workers do have STDs at high rates.
Sex workers have
specifically
porn stars. Porn stars have higher rates of STDs than general population.
I'd love to get into that with you.
It's right on Wikipedia.
I would love to look into that with you.
That's leftist propaganda.
I like the framing this porn star.
So when it makes the anti-leftist point, you know it's accurate.
Let me finish my point. Fuck. But anyway, so we're going to take away STDs for a second, right? But talking, there would be shame, and then there is using some sort of psychological damage, right? Like, would those be the two things you'd be focusing on here in terms of OnlyFans work?
The issue with testing and understanding this, right, is that when you know that there's a level of shame, you can absolutely show that some level of shame is going to cause psychological downstream effects that are negative. I agree with you.
I wasn't making that point. I was making that point.
Okay, but the problem when talking about the effects of shame, right? The major issue is that you can't test the negative, right? So you can't test how many girls would have gone into the industry had this shame not existed.
No. I wasn't. But yeah, okay. So this is what happens when you interrupt the person. You don't know what they're trying to say.
You asked me to clarify, and then I clarified my position.
I just asked.
I didn't interrupt you.
Are those the two outcomes that you were talking about? That's all I asked. right? Yes or no? Shame?
Yes, and then I clarified.
Okay, great.
I clarified those metrics.
So if we're moving out the social shame, right, which of course does cause downstream psychological effects, we're going to remove all that. We can say that there might be some sort of psychological, negative psychological outcomes that happen independent of social shame. My problem is in this conversation is how do we measure how many individuals suffer one versus the other, right? Is it the case that social shame is independently greater than these other negative psychological effects, or vice versa? We don't actually know, right? And it seems like instead, and the lack of and that ignorance, we're saying, well, let's heap on social shame, which might be the biggest. It might be. I don't know if it is, but might be the biggest problem that they're facing. Might not be, but maybe it is.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But see, the problem is when you reverse the argument, right?
Okay.
Because we don't know, because we cannot perfectly quantify the damages of the porn industry, right, versus the damages of the shame in being in the porn industry, because we can't perfectly know that, then if your argument is then we ought not shame them because we don't know whether or not the shame is confounding additional variables and harm, the truth can also be in the reverse, which is that we don't know if removing the shame is causing more to go into the industry, which causes more harm. So the critique against the concept of shame would also be reversed in that regard, which is that if we remove the shame, we cause more harm because there are more people that are, no longer shamed from going into the industry. Like, I don't disagree with you that your critique is valid in that, like, well, maybe it's the shame that's the biggest problem, and that's why I'm like, hey, let's not use state power, right? We can't prove that it is, that it is one with 100% certainty that it is inherently harmful to everyone, but we have to have a discussion about how much shame as a society ought we put onto this industry, and you could make the argument we should have less shame. I think the results will be less. And I'll have the argument that I think we should have more shame. I think the negative results will be less. And that's kind of what the whole conversation is about here.
Let's wrap up.
I like it. I've got to drop off for just a couple of minutes. I'll just pull my camera down really quick.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Let's wrap up. We've already over time here. So I'm going to do an outro to all these amazing individuals. Thank you for this conversation. This has been really
I was going to go after you, Prime, but yes, time.
You could I'll give you. Were you going to ask a question or were you going to make a statement?
No, it's okay. I was going to ask yes, a question.
Oh, okay.
I was a great defender of capitalism. In this
then ask your question. Then go ahead.
Hold on, it's going to take much longer to
No. Ask your question.
Okay. Well, I'm curious. So, because this is like rewinding back like an hour, but you said when you first started chiming in that you view this as the acts of whatever Lily Phillips and the other person that is like I think you said like explicit, like it is neutral, neither bad nor good. And I'm curious like how far that extends of like, so as in, let's say a close friend or like your son or daughter was looking to emulate the same thing. You would have like no words of advice or any sort of, you'd be perfectly neutral as you'd reiterate that point of like, you're free to do it.
Yeah, I would. They're absolutely free to do it. Just because it's morally neutral doesn't mean I wouldn't have words of advice for them.
I agree with you that because I'm on the same page. Like I said, I don't think it's morally loaded. I just more focus on the healthy, unhealthy. So like, but I'm just curious how neutral.
You said you wouldn't recommend or dissuade someone. Yeah, you said you would be perfectly even. I was like, I
Bro.
don't think just because it's morally neutral doesn't mean you have to be like if someone's asking you for advice about it, you have to be like neutral and what should you do it. Like I said, there's a lot.
What if it was your mom?
Whether
that
you ought or ought
freak
not
the
do it
fuck out.
is the moral question.
No,
so it's not morally neutral if you say you ought not do it.
No. You're talking about my preference rather than it's the morality of it, right? I can have a preference
that's what morality
independent.
Is.
No, I'm just saying.
I disagree with that.
I didn't go longer.
Or dissuade someone from it.
Yeah. So I have my preferences are different from my statements, my thoughts on the morality of it all. So like I can prefer that someone don't like not engage something that may be morally good, right? Like I think, for instance, so not me, like I know people, right? I know individuals who believe, right, that you shouldn't engage in organ donation, right? They can understand that it's a moral good because it could save someone, but they don't want their loved ones to engage in that. Like, don't put that on your driver's license, right? A person can do that. That's a preference, right? But they can understand it's a moral good. So, but like whatever, those things are separate. Yeah,
they believe it's a moral evil in that regard.
No,
Yeah,
they don't
but
believe
when
it's
you
a
say
moral
something,
evil.
well,
They don't
no,
believe it's a moral
I'm
if you
not
say,
done.
if
I'm
you
not
give
done.
someone advice and say they ought not do it, okay, yeah. I mean, but you're
That's not.
describing
Those are two separate things, but whatever.
There was. I'm still. I think I'm going to go in the same direction that you were, Scott. So I'm curious, like, if you have a preference, like, what? Since I agree with you that it's not a moral thing, like, what angle would you come from? Would you say this is my preference and I have nothing to back it up, or no ground to stand on, or like, how would you back up your preference then if there's no morality or it's nothing else behind it? If you view it as neutral.
Okay, like, this is why I'm saying preference is different, right? Because I have a preference for foods, but we wouldn't say there's a carries any moral weight to that.
I think that's
right?
a good analogy. Yes.
Yeah.
But then, but so to put a pin on that, like, so let's say your son or daughter says, "Hey, I explicitly desire now to get morbidly obese. That is my goal in life." Like, and would you like? And I agree, that's a morally neutral question. But then, like, yes, then how? But then, what would you use to like back it up then, or to discourage them? Or you wouldn't? You would reiterate the same thing.
I guess their health outcomes. Yeah. I mean, but that would be an objective thing.
That's a moral question.
No, the how
you're
their
saying
health
you saying
outcomes.
you saying when you say that if you give someone advice, right, and they say, ought I do this thing or ought I not do this thing, and then you say, well, you ought not do this thing, and here's why I think you ought not do it. You are making a moral claim about whether or not what they're doing is good or bad. Now, you may say, generally speaking, I think this is good, but in your individual case, I think this is bad. And that's those are two separate moral claims.
But I wasn't doing that. I didn't make those two separate claims.
Prime.
In that
Let me
regard,
explain.
you think that that's
I know
to do.
I know where I know it's Prime. You would agree that like it is bad to be unhealthy, right?
It is bad to be unhealthy.
Unhealthy to be unhealthy.
I don't know if it's. I think it's bad for the individual, yes, to be unhealthy. Yes, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Why is it bad to be unhealthy?
Because it might shorten your lifespan.
And living a long time is good, but who says who? Says you? You think living a long time and having energy and not getting, deadly diseases, you think this is all good? Who are you?
What if you want to ride a motorcycle?
It's
right?
not. I'm not saying
your mortality.
I think this might be a limitation of language, though, right? Because yes, I'm saying, let's remove good or bad. Preferential. Preferential is what I would say. It's preferential to be healthy, right? It's preferential to live a long life.
Preference.
For my preference, it would be to live a longer life, right? But not morally. There's no. It's not a moral bad thing to live a shorter life. I mean, like, I think suicide is should be available to individuals, right? And that's not necessarily a moral bad if a person decides to end their own life. But it's not my preference. Those things are different.
But that's what a moral preference is.
It's
like
not what a moral preference is. It's not a moral.
It literally is.
Those aren't the same. You have a different definition than I think anyone else. I'm sorry. That's not.
No, I have the definition
different...
from like understanding philosophy. Like,
okay, whatever. Yes,
got
sure.
the dictionaries. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, yeah. You're like, not the way anyone else uses those words.
No, it's not.
I don't get. Back to it. Hold on. Did I answer your question? Did that make sense? The way
you sort of. What I think you're doing is maybe I'm struggling with this a little bit too, but I think what you're doing is you're appealing to like a higher order moral preference of because I think that there is some idea that all moral statements are just preference statements. Like, I prefer you don't kill people. I prefer you don't wage war. I prefer you don't do these things. And when you call something wrong, all you're really doing is making a very strong preference statement. I think it's wrong to kill somebody. Why? Because I really don't like it when people kill people. So much so that I'm gonna like prescribe it as being wrong. And so I think when you say somebody like, if someone's like, hey, I'm gonna go get really fat, and you say, that's a really bad idea, like, don't do it. Like, I'm telling you what to do, first of all. Like, I'm already like, giving you advice or like, And if I have a guardianship over this person, they're my child, they are not going to be unhealthy through my force, right? Because I'm the parent and they are going to be eating their broccoli. I don't give a fuck what they want. They're going to be eating their broccoli and they're not going to become obese because I'm making a decision for them, or if they're an adult, I'm encouraging them to make a decision that I think leads to good outcomes. And those good outcomes have a broader societal benefit.
Between all right, so let me work with this. I'm trying to wrap this up quickly, folks, right?
Yeah. I warned you.
No, it's fine. Corey, you were waiting, so it's okay. Can we make it a distinction between strong preferences and then weak preferences, right? Because I have a weak preference in terms of the food that I'm I'm eating, right? But I wouldn't say that I would never call that moral weight. There's more weight to that. And then I have a weak, maybe a strong preferences for Israel not committing fucking genocide the way it's doing right now, right? And so I would attach morality to that, right? Okay, so if we can do that, well then I would categorize my preferences about whether someone should fuck 1,000 men in a day, right? As a weak preference, right? Which doesn't have moral weight.
Yeah.
Well, it would have some moral weight, but it'd be weak.
It just
has
weak
moral
less.
weight.
Right.
So can I give an example real quick? I was going down the line here for a second.
Values.
Yeah, I was going down the line for just one example. An example of where I think strong moral preference, different weighing of moral preferences. I have the moral preference. I think that if you get really obese to the point where you're unhealthy, this is wrong. But I think that me stopping you is even wronger. So I'm not going to do it. Does that make sense?
All right. Say that one more time, please.
You eating a bunch of fast food and getting real fat and unhealthy, I think that's wrong.
Uh-huh.
But me stopping you, I think, is even wronger. I think that's really bad.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I agree.
These are values, right? Value is subjective. This is the problem with morality in general, is that people value things and order their values differently. And so when you say that someone ought not do something, that is a value judgment. And that value is a moral statement when you say you ought not do it. Now, you absolutely can say, in terms of my ordered values, let's say if we categorize everything that you value and it was 1,000 things, it'd be way down on the list, right? And you can say that to the point where it almost feels morally neutral, right? But if you truly were morally neutral about it, and perfectly morally neutral, then if someone said, should I do this? You'd go, I don't fucking know, do whatever you want to do. You would have zero advice for it because you would have zero opinion on whether or not they ought or ought not do it. But if you say, I don't know, I don't know that that's a good long-term plan for you, guy, then that is you showing that you have a moral value and that you have some value in an order in which you believe that it would be a bad idea or a good idea for them to engage in such behavior. That is what it means to have a moral preference.
Yeah, I like it.
Let's go,
guys. I am going to have to bow out if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead.
I don't know if the debate is if we've gone into
we're
the
about
after
to
party.
Closing statements.
Yeah.
I'll get in an hour.
But if we're doing closing statements, my only closing statement is that I would just echo what I've said, is that I think that I don't have a problem with adults doing adult things. I have a problem when adult things spill over into juveniles, and then we have and I don't know how to fix it. I don't think anyone does, but there is probably things that we can do to make it better. And beyond that, if a chick wants to take 1,000 dicks, that's her thing, right? So. And with that, gentlemen, I hate to do it to do the talk and leave, but
you took so long to leave. Oh my god, man! Great, thank you, Grid. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You don't apologize. You're past time.
See you guys.
It's good.
Good. Have a good one, friend. We'll see you next week.
You guys have a great night.
Bye. Grid's great. Okay, let's go to our friend Gibbs. He takes so long. He's like,
I love it. I gotta go.
I gotta mosey on out of here.
I won't be that long. Yeah. Listen, this is gonna be fast. Morality's bullshit. We're all animals. I don't buy any of their shit. Philosophy's wasted. Really just wasted time. If you gotta agree on that, just go ahead and wad it up, throw it in the trash. What else? I'm trying to think here. Oh, yeah, this is a point of order. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me anywhere as Admiral Gibbs. I will be doing a game show on Wednesday, so check it out. We're going on Gamers Feud. It's going to be fun times. So some non-politics content. And then we're going to yell at people afterwards. It'll be fun.
Everyone, please check out Admiral Gibbs. Admiral Gibbs is actually a lot of fun. I wish I could co-sign his statement just now, but like I think no, this is a moral statement. He's a fucking monster. But a lovable monster. He's my monster. That I invite back week to week. But a moral monster nonetheless, absolutely. And if you're new here, if you don't know what that means, stick around. And eventually, you'll find out. You're gonna find out. Let's go to our friend. But shout out to Gibbs. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, I also love it too. I gotta go, but here's my 10-minute closing statement. So as always, it's entertaining. I'm grateful to be here. What I do find interesting, starting from just like the beginning of the panel of when I walked in and talking about sports. Of like
walked in.
Yes, I. Yeah, exactly. With my two legs.
Fuck it. That's an idiom. Fuck Corey, you're amazing. And that's all. It's the same way when people say they read an audiobook, right? And we get it. You listened to an audiobook. We all know what the fuck you mean. All right, Corey, you walked in here. We were talking about sports. Don't talk shit on Corey. All right.
Look, Ali using shame against Corey. Look at that.
Ollie, are you going to take that? No, I'm just kidding.
But what I do find interesting is like even with iCow's references that he sent to me, which I totally appreciate, and we'll go through. But just on the topic of sports alone, okay, that from what I can tell, that was the most references ever given. Where as soon as we talk about sports, everyone wants to bring out the pie charts, the graphs, all the YouTube links, every single of
all the sources
links.
started coming.
I was ready for that one
because we have to go down to crowd size and the contracts. We have to get into the weeds of all the data. But then when we talk about now this new OnlyFans and whatever child sexual abuse potentially and all that, it's like no, all the data gets pushed to the side. Super interesting. But yeah, you can find me. So this, as always, is great to be here. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. Ali, Lactoid, iCow, Scott, Gibbs. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime, and super happy that GSU gave you all that money. You deserve it.
Oh well, thank you. It was really kind of him. And to set the record straight, it wasn't $3,000 he spent; it was $4,000. He spent he had another
like $1 million Canadian
subs afterwards. Yeah, but so 800 subs total. Shout out to JSU Gambit for sponsoring this fucking stream. Holy shit. Yeah, awfully kind of him. All right, let's go to our friend Scott. Thanks so much, Scott. It was a lot of fun battling out with you.
Yeah, I am Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me on X, stupid name, and YouTube primarily. Join the channel. Come check me out. I talk about libertarianism, philosophy. I'm less concerned with driving away the masses than I am with finding the 1 in 1,000 philosophers. And Gibbs, you have your strategy, and I have mine. I totally get it. If you want to watch some entertaining shit, you should definitely check out Gibbs. If you want to learn some philosophy, you should definitely check me out. Right? I think we both can exist in the same space.
That's fair.
And and I appreciate the opportunity to come here and proselytize.
That's what the market looks like. All right, it gives you choices. Thanks so much, friend. And Aiko, thank you for coming through. All right, I loved how much you participated. You were fantastic and made a lot of great points. Hopefully we can we'll see you more in the future.
Yeah, thanks. There's a bunch of other points that I didn't get to. So because I'm in a hurry to get out of here, I'll go through all of those points right now.
Okay.
Yeah. But I would have brought up, I wanted to bring up sort of the alliance between conservatives and feminism on this issue, right? Because there's a lot of especially old school feminists who are very much against
sex
pornography,
negative, yeah.
who would like to go through some of these solutions. And some conservatives have similar values, although they might not want to talk to each other. They need to talk to each other more, at least on topics like this. And also, this idea about I wanted to go deeper into this idea that healthy relationships are necessary for society as a whole. And if our relationships are failing because of something like this, I think at some point we do need to have a more specific conversation about what this means for like the future of humanity. Because I think there are more profound consequences to this than what we talked about.
Okay. More profound consequences to dicks exploding across America. All right, fair enough. We should explore that sometime. Lactoid, you were fantastic. Always love to hear from your friend.
Yeah, motorcycle's good, porn bad. If you like what I say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Shame motorcycle riders.
Truly a scourge in our society, every single one of them. But finally, a friend, Ali. Ali, I think you also had more to say, but we didn't get to you. But if you want to say it now, go ahead, say it.
No, it's all right. I'll just say it on the next Scott and Prime panel. So it was nice. It was nice trying to chat with you guys.
I deserve that critique. Fair enough. I'll take that. But yeah, this is fantastic. Shout out also to Brian Tyler Cohen for the kind raid once again.
Big shout out to that guy.
Yeah. Big shout out. Hopefully we can work together in the future. I am going to read. I think I would have already decided this already, but I haven't. We're going to scroll into Felix, the vegan vixen.
A raid to Prime is a raid to another pretty woman.
Exactly.
I support the vegan.
Let's find out.
Veganism is evil and gay. There you go.
I agree with that statement. That's a moral thing I'll take. Vegan.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a moral statement. Twice over.
It will start.